Energy and Natural Resources. This is the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission's in-person interviews for commissioners. This morning we have the nominating committee, and we will be 3 days of in-person interviews. This is our first interview. We have Corey Voigt here. Welcome, Mr. Voigt. Each nominating committee member will quickly introduce themselves.
My name is Jim Merritt.
Dolly?
Darlene Sherman.
Good morning, Lindsay Hake.
Grant Smith.
Good morning, Rachel Hazaray.
Good morning, Corey Cochran.
And Parvane Stover. I'm providing staff support to the committee.
Good morning, Mr. Voigt. We would like to welcome you. We appreciate you applying for this position. You've seen the questions in advance, so we'll go ahead and get started. Please introduce yourself and tell us, what does being a public servant mean to you? And tell us why you decided to apply for this position.
Okay. I'm from Evansville, Indiana, originally, and grew up observing my mom and my dad. My dad was a middle school teacher of 45 years, Catholic school teacher. My mom was a nurse, and I observed them help our community every day. My dad also coached basketball and coached it at the high school level. So I saw them interact and tried to make the folks that they served better and put in a better position. In addition to that, my faith, my Catholic faith has informed wanting to be a public servant and doing good for others. And I think the bottom line of it all, and I think people that are in public service realize this, once you get outside of yourself and you help other people, that's where true happiness is and contentment. So what have I done in my career? I've spent probably 2/3 of my career in public service. I've had 2 stints at the Attorney General's office. This is my second stint. And I've have always loved going into the courtroom and saying, I represent the state of Indiana. And I'm there on behalf of Hoosiers. The second stint in the Attorney General's office, I came back, was recruited back to assist with and lead the opioid litigation for the state. And I thought, there's not probably a more meaningful thing I could do than that litigation at that point in my career. And so we were able to bring $1 billion of settlement dollars back to the state from various civil defendants, manufacturers, distributors, pharmacies, and that has helped Hoosiers. In fact, we've seen the overdose death rates go down for the first time, I think, in several years. So I'm very proud of that, and I'm very committed to public service. And I see the opportunity to be a commissioner or the chairman as an extension of everything I've done up to this point, and to utilize those skills to continue to further my mission of helping fellow Hoosiers.
Thank you very much. Would any of the other committee members like to follow up with another question?
Morning.
Morning.
So I had questions related directly to your application. And so we're facing a huge affordability crisis in electricity, water, et cetera. And you maintain the rates in Indiana are reasonable, but how do we address affordability in your mind within the context of current statute?
I think ultimately it comes down to hearing from every party before the IURC and building a record that can be transparent to the public, that ultimately informs decision-making by the commissioners. And so the IURC is set up as the regulatory body over monopolies in the state. And it has been endued by the legislature to operate in a manner that furthers what you said, reasonable rates, in addition to a reliable grid.
I was addressing affordability. Reasonable rates, rates don't necessarily reflect affordability.
That's fair. That's fair. But I think, so absolutely you need to have a full record before the board. It starts with the utility companies. If they petition the commission for a rate increase, it starts with them meeting their burden of proof and proving that the rate increase is needed. That's the process to begin with. But then you have interveners, you have the consumer counselor, you have, for example, Citizen Action Coalition. You have these other entities that come in, and through that adversarial process, hopefully you build a record that not only gets to reasonable rates, but gets to affordability.
Well, they come in for rate increases, but how do the rate increase will increase bills. So in your mind, in your opinion, what kind of policies are in place or not in place that could achieve affordability and resiliency at the same time? We have the 5 pillars. None of them are prioritized or all of equal importance. So what sort of approaches, policy approaches, do we have in statute or not in statute that could achieve affordability while we pursue these other pillars of energy policy?
Sure, and I'll quibble with you a bit. I think when you say reasonable rates, we are talking about affordability. So I think our policymakers in the General Assembly have addressed that with the statutory authority. I would argue that the IURC, as the regulating body, has been given broad powers to do its job and has powers to hold the hearings, but also investigate these utilities. What it comes down to ultimately is every rock needs to be overturned when addressing a request for a rate increase. And that comes down to what I said, the adversarial process, where you have not only the petitioner that comes in with their request. And by the way, you've seen in the news where AES has come in and they're negotiating now with another party. I'm not sure that's the best way to go about it. I think AES should come in with their best request to begin with and not have, it's not a who ran the red light case. We're not trying to make a plaintiff whole here. We're trying to have a credible entity, utility, come in with their best day in court. And so foresee that you should negotiate afterwards. They should come in and they should say, this is the reason why we need to do what we've asked and petitioned for. And here's all the evidence that supports it in accord with our business, in accord with the power generation, and all of these factors. Here's all the factors. And then you have these other groups that come in, and they say, well, you know, actually, that's not the case. And you have the adversarial process play out, where ultimately the record is full. So when the commission makes a decision to either increase the rate or not, then that record, which is a public record, is there for people to scour and to make sure that the commission did everything in its power to understand why there's a petition for a rate increase. Did everything in its power then to hear all the other parties that may be adverse to that position, and then ultimately made a practical decision.
Well, they did, and OUCC said, don't give them a rate increase. I mean, does that carry weight in your mind?
Yes, absolutely.
And I had one more question.
Yes, sir.
You said regulation, I guess, over-regulation is stifling innovation. What regulations were you addressing there? Or
Well, so
what was your perspective on that?
Thank you. Yes, the perspective is a lawyer's perspective. In my office, the Attorney General office has been involved in lawsuits recently where we have seen, for example, the EPA go beyond what we would say is their statutory authority in crafting legislation or regulation. And we have filed lawsuits against that position and sought to overturn it, along with other states. And we've done that. We've been able to do that. And now you have a new administration that is trying to unravel some of the rulemaking.
How does that stifle innovation?
Right. So then that gets to your question, Mr. Smith. How does it stifle innovation? Well, it makes the utilities not look at an all-of-the-above approach. They can't look at this source of power generation or this source because the rule has essentially made this source too hard to obtain. And so that stifles the use of every power source, and then ultimately that gets passed on to the ratepayers.
Every power source?
Every power source.
I thought it was mainly emissions.
Well, it is. It is emissions. And I mean, to be frank, we're talking about, you know, coal generation and that kind of thing. And those, they already are to a point where they are producing energy in a manner that is so much cleaner than it was even 20 years ago. But that's what I meant by it. It stifles innovation. It stifles kind of an all-of-the-above approach that these utilities should be considering, which goes to what your first point was, is affordability for Hoosiers. And so if the EPA reads a statute or reads the U.S. Code in a manner that is beyond what Congress submitted for their consideration, then that's not the will of the people. And so ultimately we have to bring it back to what Congress wants to do and what the Indiana General Assembly wants to do. They're the policymakers. They were elected to make policy. And then ultimately they inform the power that's embedded in the IURC.
Okay, let's
Thanks for
move
your-
on to another another committee member. And I'd like to ask the committee members, if you're able to put your name tint up on the side so that I know you have a question and I can call on you next. Rachel, and then Lindsay, did you have a question? Okay, we'll go to Rachel and then Lindsay next. Thank you.
Thank you for your perspective. You touched upon the need for transparency, and I want to follow up on that a little bit. One of the challenges is this is a very complex area. So how would you explain a complex rate case to a non-technical audience?
I think that's an excellent question. And that, when I talk about the building of the record and presenting it to the public, that is done in some sense through the orders of the commission. So the orders of the commission need to be able to summarize all of the technical information in a manner that the ordinary person, that I could understand. Because you're going to have engineers talking to the commission, you're going to have other experts that talk to the commission. And ultimately, the commissioners need to understand, and the chairman needs to understand, and then be able to set it forth in their order, and the public can read that order. I've done that throughout my career. I feel like as an attorney, part of what an attorney does is we translate the law to our clients in plain English. And I really think a part of the problem sometimes in our civil discourse is that people don't speak in plain English to each other. And when you talk about a set of complex ideas, ultimately there's ways to discuss that with the average Hoosier. And the average Hoosier is pretty smart, by the way, in my dealings. It's just a matter of translating the language. So you have to understand it. You have to understand it, and then you have to, as a commissioner, as a chairman, you have to be able then to translate it into an order that reads well for everybody. That also takes time, too. So you want somebody that's in that position for a while.
Thank you, sir. Lindsay?
Good morning, Mr. Voigt. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Appreciate you putting your name out there for us to consider. In your work at the AG's office, you have included in your application, you've highlighted your work in the Caitlin Bernard case. This is the case, obviously, where the AG's office was reprimanded for confidentiality concerns. Please tell us what uniquely qualifies you to be arbiter of billions of dollars of ratepayer money here at the IURC with those considerations.
Thank you, and that's a good question. I'm glad you brought that up. The office was not reprimanded. The elected official was reprimanded for something that was not related to the proceeding I handled, and that's been litigated ad hoc or ad nauseum, in the press. And I will stand up for my elected official every day because I see him behind closed doors, and I see that ultimately Todd Rokita cares for Hoosiers. So I just want to get that out of the way first. As far as dealing with the Caitlin Bernard matter, completely polarizing matter to be on. But I'm an attorney, and I'm the advocate for the state. So my position was what the position was before the medical board, which was Dr. Bernard had spoken out of turn by speaking with the media about her patient. And so I have to be able to present those arguments, understand them, but also in that process, be respectful to the other side. So I worked with the attorneys on the other side to do discovery, to take depositions, and to build a relationship with the attorneys on the other side. And then taking the depositions, I was able to take the depositions of Dr. Bernard, and you have to be really respectful in that process too. If you're not, then it comes across as disingenuous to the board, and I want to be sincere. And so ultimately, I think what that case was about, I said it at the end, was if it was your child, would you have wanted the doctor to have spoken to the largest newspaper in the state? And that's what I thought was a persuasive position. But it goes back to I'm the attorney on the case, and I'm the advocate for the state. And the state brought that case. I've got to prosecute the case.
Subject matter aside, because that is not what I'm curious about today. Obviously, we all know what that case was about.
Yeah.
But I'm curious what uniquely qualifies you, given that experience, and you will not be, as a commissioner, be able to negotiate these cases in front. Those settlement conversations happen outside outside this venue. And so what would you, as a commissioner, seated up at those seats, how did that work experience of yours that you highlight here, how does that uniquely qualify you to sit in that chair?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. One of the things that the IURC is it's an inquisitive body. And what that means is it can ask questions of the parties, and it should. It should full on ask all the questions it needs to. To relate that back to my experience in the case we just talked about and other cases, what that means is I have to understand my subject matter completely before a hearing. How do I do that? It's a lot of reading. It's a lot of talking to people in the industry. It's building relationships outside the industry. We have MISO in Carmel, you know, and we've got the utilities here that have government affairs people, and you have advocacy groups that have government affairs people. And so you read, you understand by talking to everyone, and hopefully you've done your due diligence to ask the right questions at the hearing. How that relates to then a prior proceeding is, you know, when one of the strongest things you can do for your case is take the deposition of the opponent party. And ultimately, most cases these days settle. Only like 2% go to trial. And so a lot of times, you've done your process of asking all the questions, but when you depose somebody, you want to cast a wide net. And I say this the same thing as a utility company. You want to cast a wide net. Ask them everything. So when you're done with the deposition, you can look at the record, the transcript, and that informs how you're going to ask questions at the hearing, but also it informs the order that I talked about. Like, hopefully you asked every question that turned over every rock, and that's part of building the record when I talk about that. But here's the other thing. When I sit in deposition with somebody, an opponent party, and I let them tell their story, you feel the energy in the room. Somebody's told their story. It's a weight off of their shoulders. So, as to what Mr. Smith was talking about earlier, when you have the utility company in, they're going to have their representation, but then everybody else needs to be heard too.
Thank you, Mr. Voigt.
Thank you. So I want to just go back to one of the questions that we do have on the predetermined questions that we sent out in advance, and I think it's kind of where Lindsay was going to, and that was the question of describe a time when you made a difficult decision under public scrutiny. What did you learn? And that's certainly something that you'll have to do if you become a commissioner in the IURC. And so, one, I would just want to remind that this commission and those listening here that, you know, there are high-profile cases, and I want to just ask everyone to set aside, you know, anything that's been put in the past and mentioned here as a high-profile case that may not be relevant to something that you would do as a commissioner, but it certainly does show what your track record is for having been under extreme scrutiny in the media and having to deal with that. So thank you for responding to that question. And I would just remind everybody, you know, we're not talking about a specific case here, but asking about your ability to deal with scrutiny and different kinds of stakeholders. And so if there's anything you want to follow up on that question about your ability to do that under scrutiny from the press, from different stakeholder communities, how you would deal with that, I just want to give you the chance to follow up there.
Sure, absolutely. And I think given my experience, it's a completely fair question to ask about my prior cases. And they're not being litigated now, so I can speak about them. So what have I learned? I think you have to have a lot of discretion and even-killed demeanor. And as an advocate, as a lawyer, and then also if I was on the commission or if I was the chairman, I think that discretion means that I am not the spokesman for the commission. I'm not going to go off half-cocked, so to speak, and talk to this person or that person to that have a stray comment that's put in the media. That's what I think as far as maintaining decorum. Then also as to decision-making in a high-pressure environment. You know, this is really what it comes down to for me. It's, I make the decision I make based upon everything I've talked about, talking with people, reading, doing my due diligence. And I hope it's the right decision. I do. And if I'm in this position, I pray that it's the right decision for Hoosiers. But I leave that with the commission when I'm done. So when I go home at night, you know, how would I deal with the decision-making and the pressure? I have my family I go home to, and then I switch it off because you know, family life can be chaotic, and you've got to take this kid to that place and deal with this problem. So I separate those two portions of my life out, and that's essentially how I handle making decisions within a high-pressure environment. And I can do it, and I've done it.
Okay, I'll ask question number 11 that was listed here. When evaluating requests to build new utility infrastructure, how would you determine if the proposed cost is appropriate and serves to benefit Hoosiers? And so I'd elaborate a little further on that. This is unprecedented times. It really is. We're seeing our demand for energy increase like never before in our lifetimes. It is uniquely different. And we expect, and I think the governor expects, that you know, the line of questioning that we started with, reliability and affordability, are among the 5 pillars that we have to be cognizant of, but they are at the top of minds for Hoosiers. And so what would you have your team be researching? Where would you be looking to be able to say, yes, this is the most beneficial, best use of dollars in the state to either build generation, transmission, the kind of infrastructure that's necessary to serve Hoosiers?
Sure. The first thing that pops into my mind when you talk about that is you're going to need somebody who is in either the commissioner positions, the 2 positions, and certainly the chairmanship that's here for more than 1 term. I fully believe that. I think the person needs to be here for 2 to 3 terms. And the reason why is because of what you just said. We're going to go through an incredible period of time here. We already have in the last 20 years. So you're going to need somebody with experience, who has institutional knowledge of what the IURC does, and then has the knowledge of what the energy sector is all about. As far as looking at transmission and load and sources of energy, I think that at this point, at this critical point that I've said it earlier, I think it has to be an all of the above approach. And we have seen certain sources of power be heavily incentivized over the last 15 years or so versus other sources of power. And now we're seeing the incentives go away. And so in some sense, I think you need to let the marketplace play out. And so what is the cost of your source of energy? That's not to say that we rely on a certain source forever to the exclusion of a cleaner source. I'm not saying that, but I do believe in the marketplace, and the marketplace ultimately having winters. And when you read about sources of energy, you read about what is considered clean energy, solar energy, windmill energy, as opposed to gas and coal, which is considered not as green, certainly. That's a discussion to be had, but what's lost in that discussion, and the policy people in this room that deal with local governments know this, is that solar power and wind power, you're talking about bringing that power at a local level. So you've got to have buy-in from the community, and that buy-in has to be in place under our statutory authority. It's usually given to county authorized permitter. You have to have them buy in and re-buy-in, and so that's a hurdle for that energy, and then you have to have maintenance of the energy, and then you have to consider the possibility of, like, for example, solar farms. People I know in Indiana, because we hear it in our office, are concerned about leaching of metals in the soil. So there's all kinds of things to consider. But ultimately what I would bring it back to is that in considering the infrastructure, considering the power sources, and then what that costs Hoosiers, I think the marketplace needs to determine that. And I think the commission can assist in that process through creating a record that is completely transparent for Hoosiers to see.
Thank you, sir. Corey, and then Lindsay.
Thank you, Corey. Appreciate your time this morning. So kind of a long question, but I'm happy to repeat it. So I think in today's society, we see a lot of folks trying to make their mark on certain positions and what they want to do for their future. I guess my question is kind of related to the commissioners themselves. You are uniquely in a position where you've been involved in state government. You've probably advocated for policy changes. Do you feel like the IURC commissioners have the authority that is desirable, or do you see yourself advocating for any significant changes as your time being a commissioner?
So in preparation for this, I've read all the statutory authority. I've read case law. I read the recent Duke Energy case from the Supreme Court. It would be my advice, if I was advising the governor's office or the General Assembly, that I think that the IURC has, within that statutory authority, the power to do everything it needs to do, including investigate utilities, which I'm not sure how often that happens. But the authority is very broad. My office, the Attorney General's office, we were involved in creating a memorandum of law for a legislator last year, and I can talk about it because it's public. The legislator made it public. That had to the opinion basically told the legislator that the IURC has the authority to keep coal generation open. They can step in, and so that's and I as part of what I do, I'm within the chain that reviews those opinions, and so I saw all that authority, and I agree with that conclusion. So I think it's all there. Now, with that being said, it can always be clearer in statute, and the General Assembly can always be more explicit in what they want to do. And as a commissioner, if I think the power's there, then I'm gonna decide that way. And then there's reviewing authority above me, the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court. If they can tell me I'm wrong, but if I think I'm right, it's not going to get in the way of my decision making to think I don't have the. If I think I'm right, I'm going to make that decision. Now, there is one point of authority that I think the General Assembly could look at, and that is merger of utility companies with other entities. At the Office of the Attorney General, we have authority to look at mergers in the healthcare space for any acquisition over $10 million. And we've had that for 2 years now. And I think the same thing should be in place with the possibility of mergers of utilities. And the reason why is I think it ultimately goes to affordability and rate making, is you have to understand the acquiring company versus the company that they're acquiring and what their financial resources are, so to speak.
Thank you. Lindsay?
I will keep this brief because I know we're close to end of time. I appreciate the back of the house knowledge that you have. You must know firsthand how much work it takes by all the analysts here at the IURC, how thousands of pages of information on each case here, and it's a lot. That said, staffing is always a challenge. And obviously there's an attorney shortage, but I'm speaking specifically to analysts and other staff at IURC and OUCC that's still glaringly seats empty. How would you advocate internally and with the governor's office to maintain a staffing level that would ensure that all of those thousands of pages of dockets are read and fully analyzed?
Well, that's a really good question, and it's one we deal with at the Attorney General's office too. And it's how do you keep good people? And I mean, the easiest answer to that is you pay them more. It's the easiest answer, but it's not the politically expedient answer, and that's a policy decision. And so that, we'll put that aside. So you attract people that want to be there for the reasons I indicated in my first answer today. And you have to find those people. But then also you need to make it a workplace that everybody enjoys coming to. And so part of the process, if I was able to come in and be chairman or a commissioner, would be to meet everybody and to understand the culture and then set my own culture so people want to stay. And I've worked with so many different personalities over my career, and I get along with everybody. And I always want them to contribute. So the cases we talked about, I'd have younger attorneys work, and I'd like, you're handling this, you're handling that. And you get people to buy in to what they're doing. If you get buy-in from people and they have ownership, then they're going to stay. Unless they need to make more money because they're having kids, and they've got to go start a family. But ultimately, I think you maintain beyond the money, which I think is a serious conversation that we always have in government, is building a culture and then giving people ownership of what they're doing.
Thank you. That was a great question. I don't have any other questions. Anybody else? Yes, go ahead. Grant?
Yes, sir. So you say you think the marketplace should win out on these generation technologies. So in Indiana, we have construction work in progress for, like Edwardsport got a construction work in progress, which shifts construction risks to the ratepayer, allows the thing to be built because it reduces the risk to the utility and to the private sector. We have the General Assembly recently passed legislation over the last few years to highly leverage small modular nuclear units, even to the extent if the utility does R&D, the ratepayers pick that up. They are shifting an enormous risk over to ratepayers, which, in my mind at least, isn't really a market-based approach that really forces construction of a particular technology. What's your perspective on that?
That's a fair point. And, as I sit here and I talk with you all, this would be the same process as if I was a chairman. Obviously, Mr. Smith, you've asked some very good questions of me and some very pointed questions, and I appreciate that. But what it means for me is I have to listen and I have to learn from everybody. So when I say marketplace should win out, and then you say, well, but actually the ratepayers are subsidizing this risk in some manner, that's a fair point, but I need to know how and what manner, and then I need to know really what financing the utilities have. And I don't want to prejudge any case before we come in, if I'm hired into the position. I don't want to prejudge any case. But let's say if you have a private equity group that's acquiring a utility, or you have some other group that has, I wouldn't say alternative sources of financing, but has money, plainly speaking, that it can utilize for its investors, then I need to understand why the ratepayers should have to handle risk. So I think it has to do with an understanding of financing of the utilities also, and the investors. And I think that's probably exceedingly complicated. It's something that I'm going to have to learn and get up to speed, and I think it's probably only going to get more complicated as we go along.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 4 minutes left of your time. Is there anything you'd like to expand on for the group?
Well, so what I want to say, I get on Facebook, and half of my Facebook feed is from people down in Southwest Indiana, because that's where I'm from. My folks are still down there. And one of the things I see, in addition to the Facebook post where people talk about, well, my rate has increased, this is ridiculous. And this, by the way, has been going on for years now down there. And I know it has in other parts of the state too, but the people from Southwest Indiana feel like that they are not represented in some sense. And they need representation in state government in general, but on the commission. I'll put it this way. About 15, 20 years ago, they had the top 50 basketball players that ever came out of Indiana. The person who was not on there should have been on there. Calbert Cheney, who's from Evansville, Indiana, went to Harrison High School, and if you talk to somebody down there, they'd say, well, it's because, Central Indiana, and they don't care about us, and they probably think Calbert Cheney played in Kentucky. So, and like I said, my folks are still down there, my family's down there, and I know what's going on in that community, and to kind of put a bow on all of this, and my first answer, it's something I feel like I could do for Southwest Indiana, is be in this position, and utilize all the experience that I've gained over the last many years in hopefully advancing a transparent commission that plainly speaks to people as to why it's doing what it does, and then has, at the end of the day, Hoosiers' best interest at heart.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Voigt, thanks for taking the time. Thank you for applying to this position, and have a nice day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you again, everybody, and I appreciate your time. I appreciate the questions, too. Thanks.
Good morning, Mr. Casey. My name is Suzanne Jaworowski. I'm Secretary of Energy and Natural Resources. Welcome to this session. We appreciate you making an application for the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. This is the nominating committee. We'll do a very quick introduction of each person on the committee, and then we'll turn it over for question and answer for you. So just make sure that your microphone is turned on. You'll see the green light, and we want to make sure that they can hear you. So if you can speak into that microphone, that will help the feed also. Okay? I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Jim Merritt.
Darlene Sherman.
Good morning, Lindsay Hake.
Grant Smith.
Good morning, Rachel Hazare.
Good morning, Corey Cochran.
Parvane Stover. I'm providing staff support to the committee.
Good morning, Mr. Casey. If you would introduce yourself, and then after that, tell us, what does being a public servant mean to you? So a little bit about your background, just an introduction, and what you think of being a public servant. Thank you, sir.
Sure. So I'm Nathan Casey. I currently live in, can you hear me now? A little louder? Okay. Yeah, let me know. Somebody give me a sign. Nathan Casey. I live in Warwick County near Newburgh, Indiana. We've been there just a year and a half. I have family that lives all over the state of Indiana. I currently work for Daikin Applied, and I lead a team of all-stars. We cover about 20 states, plus about 5 offices in Canada that we support. So I look at utility rate structures across multiple states, and we work to conserve energy for various commercial and industrial accounts. And what it means to me to be a public servant in this case would be that you would make decisions that make decisions for everyone involved here. So it's a complex issue. You have utilities, and those range from investor-owned utilities to municipalities. So there's a very broad group of people, as well as all of the tax base that you're and the voters that are paying the rates for the structure. So in this case, I think that's what being a public servant means, is you're making a decision for all of those people.
Thank you, sir. You'll see us put our name tent up from time to time so that I know that people have a question, so that's what that means. I'd like to hear a little bit more about your work, and you mentioned that you evaluate utility rate structures, and it looks like you've been doing that since 2020. And I'm curious, over time, we've seen our electric rates increase. And so I'd like to hear a little bit more about your background and what you've observed about those increase in electric rates and why you see those going up. And just tell me kind of your analysis of what's been happening there based on your experience.
Sure. So I've been in my current role since 2020. I've been doing energy services really since about 2010. The energy policy has changed a lot. Even since 2010. And speaking about, Indiana specifically, like recently the energy code for residential housing has been changed to the 2018 standard, but the commercial buildings are at 2007 standards still, which is really pretty old, and there's been a lot of changes to the energy code in other states in that time frame. But it's natural to have rates go up, 3 to 5% per year. But in the year and a half that we've lived in Newburgh, it's far exceeded the national average. The national average is like 17 cents. I think over the summer I was paying about 23 cents to our local utility, which is pretty insane, in my opinion. But because of the federal regulations that have been, widely debated, that's driven a lot of this, and that's what's happened in other states as well. In just watching the local media, you can see why it happened. Like they're decommissioning a coal plant, they're bringing a couple gas turbines online, and some solar panels, but that's not an equivalent change. And Indiana is negative in energy production. We in-source or import about 40% of our energy in Indiana, which is not a good thing. Can't be resilient that way. So the thought of us decommissioning a plant right now is really not a good idea. And how we came to that decision, like, I don't really know. I don't really care. I'm just here because I want to help fix it.
Any questions from the committee?
I see you're very interested in efficiency and conservation. And why are those important in your mind?
Yeah, so going back to the federal mandates that have kind of come down, everybody's been pushing to this theory of being net zero, and that's where the energy codes have been driving for years, right? So that's why I bring up the commercial energy code at 2007 rates, because every 3 years that's been updated from a standard perspective, but it hasn't been adopted here in Indiana. And so the first step in getting to a net zero building or a net zero facility is conserving. Like, you want to eliminate as much load as possible. I've been in a fair amount of facilities in Indiana, and we're not doing it. We don't have the same programs from our utilities here that I see in other states that are very robust, and they really, get those incremental changes from a really efficient piece of equipment to just a standard piece of equipment. And when you don't do that, it takes more infrastructure. You have to have more transmission lines. You have to have more generating capacity. And so first you got to eliminate that load so that you don't need these. And what's been happening is you're doing it backwards here. You're trying to go to the gas turbine and the solar panels without eliminating the energy. And that's why the rates are going up.
And so you mentioned utility programs here DSM programs here compared to other states. What's your experience with Indiana's programs?
It's very minimal, and that a lot of that's driven from the energy code, because our standards are so low, and the lack of the program itself. I recently lived in Minnesota for 9.5 years. They have a very robust program and a very strong energy program there, and it really boosts their economy, because a lot of the work that has to get done gets done by contractors, and Daikin's equipment gets installed there. So it's only good. And most businesses out there are wanting to be responsible these days. They want to go there. And so the fact that our codes are behind, I think, is a deterrent for businesses to come to Indiana.
So, and I noticed that Minnesota's rates on average are higher, but the bills are lower than here.
Yeah, and as a homeowner in Minnesota and Indiana, we paid less in Minnesota than what I'm currently paying in Newburgh.
And we have state policy demands these 5 pillars of energy policy be met. That would be affordability, reliability, resiliency, environmental sustainability, et cetera. So how best do we achieve these things, basically the way the statute reads, simultaneously?
Yeah, and I'm not probably the most up to speed on the current statute, but those are great buzzwords, and I love the buzzwords. Everybody says them, but the current policy is not moving in that direction. So I think that you got to look at that. You got to decide really what your goal is, and if it really is to put full green, so-called green, non-renewable, renewable energy onto the grid, that's an option for you. But it's going to be very expensive, and you're seeing the effect of it in Evansville with people protesting outside of the local utility. Which I think is tragic.
And what policies would be required?
Well, it goes back to my passion in conservation as the start of it, and I think you got to start there. You have to put that mission forward first, because until you eliminate loads, just drive around at night and look at the street lights, for example. Like, most of our street lights have not been converted to LED. We're still running high pressure sodium or other technologies that are still, really old at this point. It's not new stuff. We're just behind.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Corey, and then Lindsay, please.
Hey, Nathan, Corey Cochran. Thank you for your time. I asked a similar question, but I'll probably word it a little different here than the previous candidate. I can't say I disagree with anything that you've said, but I think it's important to note your role as the IURC commissioner. And I guess my question is, do you see yourself kind of legislating from the bench, to kind of use a legal term there, or do you see yourself advocating for certain policies? Because I'm not so sure that you can really change the policies in this position like you speak about. So kind of just weigh in on that and how you think that plays into this role and if you can do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's my concern. I appreciate that comment because, you know, everything that this commission does has a cause and effect, right? And you're choosing the assets that are coming on and offline, and you're dictating what the rate's going to be with, you know, people are in the local media are out there saying things like, you know, the utility's making too much money, the CEO's making too much money, like all these kind of comments. And I think that's just wrong, and I think it's wrong of the media to portray that perspective because it's not really the truth. Like they're charging the rates that they're allowed to charge. And for me as a commissioner, if I were to move that way, I think that would be how I would look at it. Like, you've got to look at those assets. Does it make sense? Indiana's number 8 in the country in coal production, for example. So why are we decommissioning a coal plant? You know, there's clean coal technology. There's reasons to stay with coal. Now, you got to explain that, like to the people of Chandler, Indiana, where you had a partial mine collapse and their homes were very severely damaged. There's causes and effect for all of that, and that comes into Mr. Smith's, you know, question about, you know, how you do it. That's why it's a complex issue. You got to attack it from many different angles, and you have to make the best decision possible. And I don't know any other way to do that. I mean, I'm happy to advocate, but I think there is a role here as a commissioner to do both.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
I too am a former Minnesotan, so I remember those energy bills being a little bit more affordable up there. I don't think we've talked with anyone so far. I think even amongst ourselves, who knows our percent kilowatt cost at home. So well done. Many say, both at the State House and here, the IURC is a creature of statute. You can only do what you can do, as my colleague Corey was also saying. However, obviously there's leeway there. How would you, in your professional capacity, be able to balance your need for conservation with all of those issues that are presented before the commission, a wealth of issues? Not every case is a DSM case. Not every utility posits that advantage that we do have that's not always taken. So tell us exactly how, sitting in those chairs, you would be able to balance the viewpoints of the utilities with that of the ratepayer.
Yeah, I think it comes back to the generation piece there and the assets, because that's really what drives the current rate structure. But that's why I'm a believer of having a comprehensive approach to it. You've got to take all of that into account, and if you're not doing that, you're going to end up right where you are with people protesting outside of the local utility, which I think, again, is a tragedy. You know, high energy costs lead to poverty. I mean, that's a proven fact. It drives quality of life, all those things, and that's why it's a complex issue. You've got to look at all of it. If you're not tackling all of the 5 buzzword pillars that you have, you're not doing your job. And so even as a commissioner, you got to keep that in mind. And you got to pull, you know, those utilities are your partner, whether they're municipal, you know, small municipal utilities or they're investor-owned utilities. They're your partners, as well as the ratepayers, and everybody has a seat at the table, and you've got to balance that, and you got to make it affordable, because right now it's not.
Mr. Casey, can you describe a time when you made a difficult decision under public scrutiny? What'd you learn and talk about that? Because if you become a commissioner, every decision you make is going to be under public scrutiny, and especially in the energy industry right now, and with the way rates are and the need for additional generation, a need for building out transmission, being able to make that balance between building and keeping rates affordable, all eyes will be on you. How do you manage that?
Yeah, I don't know that I have an experience where I've been in the public eye, because I've been in the private sector my whole career. And that's new to me. And honestly, I'm not excited about it. I think there's lots of difficult decisions. We've got into, we've done a lot of work for the government, myself, over the years, and we've responded to, requests for proposal and requests for qualifications, and some of that becomes public, but not to the level of what you're describing. I don't see that as a good part of the job. But I think the hard things need to be said here, and they're not being said right now from what I'm seeing locally. The communication piece as to why the people are getting the charges that they are has not been communicated. You're seeing, again, the local media portray a certain point of view that I don't think is true. But I think that's got to be explained, and I think that's got to be part of your role as a commissioner, is to explain why you're making a decision, weighing all the reasons why you're doing it. Because it seems like, from my perspective, the decision that's been made to get where we are has been a short-sighted one, and not looking at it holistically.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to follow up on your note about understanding the cost, kind of doing the research, and then making an information-based decision. So I'm interested in understanding, if you were serving on the commission and there was a request to build new infrastructure, how you would evaluate that request and determine that it was the right investment for Hoosiers.
Yeah, I think that's a complex issue, because I think it comes down to who's owning it, who owns the asset to start with, because not every asset's owned by certain brand. I know, again, the local utility is in a power purchase agreement on the solar that they developed is under a power purchase agreement, so they don't own it. They're just buying the power off of the solar panels, and that leads to a rate increase because they're not the firsthand generator of that energy. And so there's all kinds of layers of markup there that, I think the commissioners need to understand. And there's probably circumstances where that's okay, but there's other circumstances where I think it's probably not okay. And so I think you got to evaluate that part of it. I also think you got to look at the length that these assets are being financed for. Like, some of these coal plants have been online for longer than I've been alive. And and that's part of the problem with the policy, because things change so rapidly. You can't pay off an asset in a 4-year term as a commissioner. And I think that's how the utility's probably looking at it. It's a 2 or 3 year asset for them, and they're, however they're financing it, whether they're paying cash or doing other things, they're paying it off too fast because there's a lot more benefit there that needs to be spread out for the ratepayers, so that these changes to cleaner and cleaner energy can be affordable, but you got to look at it differently.
Thank you. One of the questions I have is one of the ones that was sent around in advance, and that is about, what do you see as the most important qualities for someone serving on a public regulatory commission? This is something that, as I said before, it's a ever-changing environment right now. The energy landscape is different than we've seen in our lifetime, and it's really important that these people have the ability to do, like you said, say the hard things that need to be said and evaluate and look at opportunities that maybe hadn't been looked at before. What are the qualities that would make a really outstanding commission? Because we want to make sure that Indiana is on the leading edge. The governor wants the commission, the Utility Regulatory Commission, to be the best in the country. When you look at the resources that we have across the country to produce electricity, the country has relatively the same resources available. Some places may have hydro, some places may have more solar or wind access. But basically, we have similar resources. And what makes a difference for a state can be those regulators. And so what would make Indiana the best state in the country based on regulators, and what are those qualities?
I think the key there is communicating, having the tax base understand why you're making decisions. And I think you've also got to work with the legislative body to get the correct, I'm sorry, can you, okay. I think you got to work with the legislative body as well as communicating, and you've got to get the policy in a place where it makes sense. And again, it's okay to go after the clean technology. We all want clean air and clean water. At least I hope we do. It's not all about the cheapest price. It's about the best price. And I think you got to talk about that. I think people need to get educated on what that means. We don't, we basically have 3 energy sources. If you look at current state of Indiana, you've got coal and natural gas and renewables that are not renewable, and there's not diversity there. So to be the leader that you hear about on some of the outlets of, what Indiana University, Purdue University are doing out there, you've got to get a generation package out there that's going to work and be able to generate enough power for what we need. And we just don't have that.
Okay, thank you. I have a follow-up. And also, just a reminder to please speak into that microphone, because I'm hearing that we're only hearing about half of your answers online.
Okay.
So we want to make sure everybody can really hear the things you're saying. And so you've mentioned and referred to the 5 pillars as buzzwords a few times. But just now you mentioned that there's more than just cost at stake here. So I want to give you the opportunity to elaborate on that. And do you consider those 5 pillars as just buzzwords?
No, but I feel like people use them as buzzwords. I think they're important. I mean, again, we got to be responsible stewards of the environment. We want the clean air and we want the clean water. We should be going after those resources. And that's why what they've done is not wrong by going to natural gas and solar panels locally. I think they have just misunderstood what their effect was going to be. And I mean, I am an advocate for it. Like, obviously, I mean, we sell it every day. Part of this is automating manufacturing facilities. It's getting buildings operating correctly. Like that, those are the things that these ratepayers also need to do. They're part of the equation. And it takes all of it. That's why I keep saying it's a holistic approach.
Thank you. Rachel?
Thanks. I'd like to follow up on that a little bit. So you talked about empowering particularly large consumers to take energy off of the grid. Do you think that currently the commission has the authority that it needs to be able to support that belief that you have, or do you believe that change would be required to give the commission more authority?
I think there needs to be a shift in their duty potentially. I think you got to be open-minded too about how you're getting there. There's a group years ago that used to say if you did 1% of the Earth's surface in solar panels, you'd have enough renewable energy. And I don't disagree with that comment, but I think you got to look at how you get it there. The interconnection for solar on people's homes and on businesses is very difficult because of the way the utilities are not seeing it as an advantage. And I think you need to just change the way that you do that. You need to change where the assets go and how it gets generated. But it's a wholesale change from, my entire lifetime of how, our country has, and the state of Indiana has viewed energy and utilities and how it gets to your home. You just can't, you're not going to wake up one day and it's going to be magic and happen. This is going to take a lot of time. It's not going to be solved in a 4-year term. But again, you gotta conserve first, and that's part of it. So, but the commission definitely has a role there. It's their role to advocate for the ratepayers with the utility. And I don't know that in the decision that I've seen that happened. I think they just made a decision that, hey, we're going to go to clean energy, and the ratepayers got stuck with the bill. And I think that's wrong.
I will probably bore my colleagues with this question, but I'm going to ask everyone. At the IURC, a large amount of the work is done behind the scenes with many of the analysts and staff behind all these doors that you see. What will you do to continue advocating for not only a robust staff that allows, by statute, we're required to respond at the IURC within a set amount of days on particular cases. And so that requires a lot of work behind closed doors. What will you do as an advocate with the governor's office to maintain that robust staffing here and also at the OUCC?
So I think staffing is the biggest hurdle in the world right now, in every business and every economy that's out there, especially coming from a trade perspective, because I'm an HVAC technician at heart, at the core. That's where I started my career. There's not enough people out there that do this kind of work. You got raw material issues, you got equipment issues. I mean, there's just so many things that make this so difficult. But in regards to the people, I have one of the best staffs at Dyke and Applied, and that'd be my goal, is to build, and it starts with education. It starts with continuous improvement with yourself, with your employees, and you got to be a leader. You can't be a follower, and it seems like we've been following here for a while, and we need people to step up. You got to get educated. You got to understand, all of the facets of the decisions that you're making, and make the best decision possible, and that it includes your staff and getting to those decisions and making sure that happens. I have that at Dyke and Applied. I'd be looking to build that here at the IURC.
Thank you, Nathan. Lindsay, for the record, I look forward to that question every time, so yeah, I think it's important. Nathan, so I want to talk about, in your application, you actually speak directly to kind of the lack of infrastructure or the need to increase our infrastructure for utilities across the state. And you also appear to be, similar to state leadership, kind of that ratepayer advocate. So can you just talk about how you balance those, or maybe your process on how you would come to a decision with the information that will be provided?
Yeah, so I think one of your 5 pillars is resiliency, and we have a lot of tornadoes through here, and I would say that our infrastructure is not resilient. We saw it last spring, both with an ice storm and with severe storms that came through, and thousands of people were without power for an extended period of time. Those are bad things. It's expensive. It's an expensive problem. But again, it's something you got to tackle over time. You got to finance it. You got to, if that's your goal to get there, and you understand that, there's a way to do it. There's a way to get there, but you got to think about it. You got to be methodical. But I also think it's important in today's world to be without power for a week is a pretty big thing for a homeowner. It's hard to work. I work 100% remotely. I don't go to an office. So if my power was out of my house, I'd be in a bad way.
So let me just follow up on that. So can you just kind of take that into the next level, talking about that's going to increase rates likely. So your thoughts on kind of being that ratepayer advocate, how do you balance those, or what's the process that you would kind of utilize to make those decisions?
Yes, and I'm sorry, I probably talk about this like everybody understands it because I do it all the time. It comes back to how you finance it. You've got to look at the length of the asset. How long can you spread that cost out? And again, in this case, with it being the state, who owns that asset? Who's responsible to maintain it? Because all those costs have to be, and some of that does fall to the utility. And that's why they're your partner, just like the ratepayers are your partner. Everybody, has to understand that. Maybe some of that should go on to a ballot and people have to weigh in and vote on it. I mean, I don't think that's a bad thing. People have to decide, is it worth the cost for them to be without power for a whole week due to a storm? One of my sisters talked about when I was telling my family I was doing this, they lost a transformer in a storm, and then their rates went up because of it. And that's because the utility has to charge for that. They have to recover their costs. They had to quickly ship a transformer in from somewhere out west, and that affected their rates. It's just part of what it is. But again, when you make a decision, you got to understand that part of it. Where the material's coming from, how much it's going to cost, and how long it should last. And you got to make that resilient so you don't have to do that again.
Hi. Again, thank you for being here. I've really enjoyed your comments and your responses. You're very well versed in all of this, much more than I am to be to be truthful. I am curious what you mentioned conservation, but I'm also curious, do you think the climate change should be kind of factored into grid investments? And in addition to that, does the federal government have a role in direct investments? Have you seen that question discussed in any other states?
So FERPA is the one that determines what goes across state lines. That is determined at the federal level. And we're right now in a bad place there because we're importing power from our neighbors because we don't generate 100% of our power. So the direct answer to your question there about the federal government is yes, because we are not self-sufficient in generating power in Indiana. So with climate change, you know, for me, it's a moneymaker. I'm not against the climate change policies. The Earth is definitely changing, but I don't think you can model the climate with one variable in a computer and believe anything that comes out of it, because there's only one climate out there. We all live in it. Our foreign countries out there are doing things very differently than we are, and I don't think we should be making policy that puts ourselves into a handicapped position from a business perspective. I think that's wrong. But again, I think we need to be proper stewards of the environment. We want clean air, we want clean water, and that's why you need to make a wise decision. But should you make a 100% climate change, decision? I don't believe so, because I don't believe the models.
Thank you. Yes, Rachel.
I'd like to move back to a comment you made earlier about communication. So you've indicated you think that would be a really important piece of your role, and of its nature, this is very complex information. So how would you communicate in a way that a non-technical audience could understand the decisions that you're making?
Yeah, very, very difficult there. Again, I do that every day. I try to get people to spend millions of dollars on things that they don't necessarily think that they need. And so that communication is a talent. It takes breaking down that elephant into bite-sized pieces. You got to, what you say to a homeowner and what you say to a business person is very different, right? When you look at the rate payers across Indiana, 45% of those are commercial industrial, 55% of those are residential, and that's why the decisions that have been made are really hurting the homeowners, because they're the majority of the rate payers in the state. But you got to break that down. You got to get it down to what it means for them. That's why I think the energy code, in the way the buildings are built, the way the homes are constructed, is so important. Because you get to a point, and the best thing that you can do is probably knock that house down and build a new one, because it eliminates the load. And it's a tough, I just had the conversation with my brother not long ago, because he's like, man, my bill's so high. They just live like 5 minutes away from us. What do I do? Well, unless you want to build a new house, you got very few options. You can spend multiple thousands of dollars upgrading to, a higher end piece of equipment. Make sure that you got all your lights turned off, all those things. But, and that's why it's, as you said, a complex issue. You've got to understand where you are, what you're doing, and it's going to take a lot of time and helping people get there. And there's utility programs in other states that do that for people, and I think the local utility has started to advocate that way down in our area. Because they're seeing it as a way for them to help their problem as well. So it's a joint effort between the state, the utility, and the ratepayers.
Mr. Casey, given a scenario where the public opinion really strongly opposes something that's been presented to you and you feel is technically and legally sound, how would you handle that situation?
Another difficult question. Thank you. I think you still got to make the best decision possible. You've got to make it affordable, though. Stretching that financing out. I think there's still avenues when people are upset. You've got to hear them out and help them understand why you're making the decision that you are. tough decisions are going to need to be made. So,
And then what about the scenario where there's underrepresented audiences that are part of the stakeholder process? Is there anything you could think of that you might do to make sure that that voice is heard?
the best thing is being there with the people, having them understand, that what their problem is. I think that stems to the communication issue. And you're going to have that in the state because of the structure of the way the utilities cover it. Municipal utilities are very small. A lot of cases, there's, less than 1,000 people, ratepayers across the whole utility. It's unavoidable. You just can't avoid it. But you've got to give them the same opportunity that you're giving everyone else.
On your application, you answer the question about relocation to Indianapolis with the comment, quote, "I would need to relocate." In the interest of transparency, I want to make sure that is something that you would be open to considering your presence today.
Yeah, honestly, that's the most difficult part of, being here today and being part of the discussion is the relocation. That is it. I mean, I'm not against it. My wife's from Indianapolis. She's a Franklin Central graduate. Her parents still live here in the area. We lived here for, 11, 12 years before we moved to Minnesota. So I'm not against it, but it's going to be the most difficult part of accepting the role here if that were to come.
Part of the application process was to ask for a SWOT analysis, looking at the energy landscape and talking about the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And I enjoyed reading those. I thought it was really telling and gave us a good insight into what people are thinking about our opportunities are in this state. Can you talk about your SWOT analysis a little bit and just expound on that?
So I don't even remember what I wrote.
That's
there.
okay, but talking about what you think kind of are our opportunities here in the state and where you think our strengths and weaknesses are in general.
Yeah, we've talked about a lot of that, I think, already. I think you have a ton of opportunity because you're so limited in what, where your generation sources are. So I think your landscape is open to do just about anything at this point. Your threat is that you're not there, and you're relying on other states around us to supply our power, and that's bad because if you get into some kind of storm or something in another state, they're gonna redirect their power to the people that are closest to them, and that's not going to be us. I think there's tons of strength here. I mean, we got a great engineering school here at Purdue, even though they didn't like me. I think there's plenty of smart people around that we can make this work. So I think there's a ton of strength. There's a ton of depth to grab from. The weakness is that, the biggest weakness is going to be the legislative body because they don't understand it. They're looking at it totally differently than the way that they should be looking at it. And they're the ones that drive the policy. And so... And it's coming that way from the federal government. So it's a very complex issue. I think it takes a lot of different points of view to get to the right answer. And I think, that's, in a nutshell, I think that's it. I hope that's what I wrote down, but.
Yes. Yep. Thank you. We have 10 minutes left, and so I want to see if there's any other questions from the committee. Okay, not seeing any. Just want to give you a chance if there's anything else that you'd like to share with us or if you have any questions for us.
I don't have any questions at this point. I think you need my skill set and you need my experience, which is why I applied. I think like I mentioned, I think there's tons of opportunity here to direct this in a good direction and to get the rates down where they should be. There's no reason why we should be paying over the national average for power. It really, truly does cause poverty for people. The people's wages are not increasing the way that the energy rates are skyrocketing right now. And those are poor decisions that have been made, and we need to make better decisions, and we need to help out the people of Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. Appreciate you coming in today. Have a nice day. It is now 10:40. Good morning, Mr. Dora.
Morning.
My name is Suzanne Jaworowski. I'm Secretary of Energy and Natural Resources for the state of Indiana. This is the nominating committee. We'd like to welcome you here this morning. We will get started now, and our nominating committee wants to welcome you and also introduce each one of us. And then we'll go ahead and we'll have you introduce yourself as soon as we go around the room, okay?
Jim Merritt.
Welcome. My name is Darlene Sherman.
Good morning, sir. Lindsay Hake.
Grant Smith.
Good morning, Rachel Hazare.
Good morning, Corey Cochran.
Good morning, Parvane Stover, and I'm providing staff support to the committee.
Mr. Dora, again, welcome. Thank you so much for applying for this position and coming here today. First, just tell us about yourself, and then tell us what you think public service really means to you. So first, your background, introduce yourself to the committee, and then that's the first question is about public service and what it means to you.
Yeah, my name's Michael Dora. I'm a longtime farmer, raised a lot of hogs and corn and soybeans in Rush and Fayette County, East Central Indiana. And I stepped away from that a few years ago in the first Trump administration as State Director of USDA Rural Development, where I got very involved in helping rural communities with things like their utilities or water and sewage plants, and always have had a servant's heart. I served as a local firefighter in my community. I took classes and became an advanced EMT, served on a volunteer fire department that way. I served on the local Board of Zoning Appeals, the local Area Plan Commission, the local school board. Also, I am in my 13th year serving as a state trustee for Ivy Tech Community College. So that's what I've been doing.
Thank you very much, sir. In talking about your public service role, and of course we're going to talk a lot about the electricity side of the Public Commission here, but also the sewage side and the water side of your background certainly caught my eye in your resume. Do you want to talk about that role and what you did there?
Sure. At State Director for USDA Rural Development, we had a water public side, and we reached out to a lot of municipalities, rural areas of the state that needed help in expanding or meeting regulations that have been put on them to make ends meet. And so the federal government, through USDA, steps in on that side of things and helps with low interest, long-term loans to make it flow for those communities. If those communities meet some criteria for being a little lower in wage, we did give out some grants to help those communities. But so I met with a lot of those, worked with our staff, and found that really rewarding.
Thank you very much. And as we go through the questions, you might see some of us turning our name tents up like this. That means that the committee members have a question. But I want to ask, tell us why you applied for this position. What is it that motivates you to serve in this role as a commissioner for the IURC?
Well, I have some interest in that role. I go occasionally to my local utilities board meetings. I've gone to our water and sewage board meetings, and I have some time on my hands since I've turned the farm over to my son, and now his son is helping there, and also I don't fish, so my time on the lake has been a little bored, and I'd like to get back and interact with people and have some real meaning and reason for getting up every day.
First of all, I want to remind you, so this is being streamed live, and you have a microphone in front of you, obviously. It sounds like your voice is carrying well and that you're doing just fine with the microphone, but I want to remind you, because we've had some people say they're having trouble hearing the interviewers, but I think you're doing just fine. So one of the things that the governor is very interested in employees across the state, and certainly part for his cabinet, was the entrepreneurship. And I see in your resume being a farmer, and you've grown your farm significantly. Talk about that entrepreneurial part of your farming and what that might bring to a role as a commissioner.
Well, my role farming, when I left Purdue, I really knew what I wanted to do even before I went there, but I knew while I was at Purdue studying agriculture that the type of manager that I would be one that would manage basically on the fly. So I worked with my laborers. I did anything that they would do or I had asked them to do, even before I even had outside help. And I enjoyed doing that, but I also wanted to be with them. So I learned how to manage the farm on the fly, do a lot of things away from a desk. And some of my counterparts were more desk-oriented, but I didn't have the luxury of being able to do that. And so that's the way I manage things.
Thank you very much.
Corey wants to ask me something. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was just going to continue on that theme, and can you tell us a little bit about your work with Farm to Power and what specifically you did?
Sure.
Helping those farmers and solar and
about a year and a half ago, the leaders of Farm to Power, they're a nonprofit corporation that support farmers, ranchers, and landowners that want to lease their property for wind or solar panels on their farm. So it's quite contentious. They reached out to me because they knew of my background around the state, knew my way around the state, and they wanted me to help them in those situations. So I did. I did that for almost a year. It was rewarding at first, but the management of the group was a little different, and we just separated our ways. I told them I'd done all I thought that I could do for them, but we didn't help anybody that was trying to put in these systems. We only worked with the farmers, ranchers, and landowners in different parts of the state that were battling in the BZAs, and you know how contentious all those things can be. So we just helped them with some of the truths that we saw them, and the group saw them for putting in on their own property, solar or wind. And I always felt that if they own the property, they ought to be able to use it the way they want, and their neighbors shouldn't be the ones calling the shots and control the view over their property.
Corey?
Yeah, thank you, Michael. I guess my question is these are pretty complex matters, and can you talk about either using what you've done in the past or whatever process you would typically use, how would you handle some of these issues that come before you as an IURC commissioner if selected? Kind of maybe just talk about the process on how you would go about doing that.
Well, part of the process for me would be always to do my homework on the situation, learn more about the utility that's coming before us, mainly for a rate increase, I assume. Although I do know the Regulatory Commission does put stipulations on many utilities, but I would just do my homework, use in-house staff. Evidently, there's quite a few staff that work in this organization. Blows my mind, but that's how government works, right, Senator? But anyhow, utilize their expertise and their knowledge to help guide me in what I can and can't do, and what I can and can't say. And I don't want to embarrass state government in any way. Did that answer your question?
It did. I think maybe a follow-up would just be, why'd you apply for this? And why do you want to be an IURC commissioner at the end of the day?
Just the subject matter that we would be delving into, the fact mainly back to electricity, but all the other utilities, rates just continue to go up. I am very much against the homeowner mainly being the broadest part of the customer base being not heard in these situations. I believe that if a large company is coming to a locale, that they need to pay their way. The local homeowner doesn't need to be carrying a bill to put in new infrastructure for some large entity that's making money and selling stocks.
Lindsay?
Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here today. We appreciate everyone putting themselves out there for these questions. My question is related to your experience with balancing the interests of the utilities with that of the ratepayer. You mentioned that residential ratepayers are your foremost concern, at least in pertaining to the last question. But tell me what your experience is in how you would use that experience in sitting in these chairs up here as an arbiter, essentially, of all of our utility rates. How would you balance the interest of the utilities with that of the ratepayers?
Well, to balance that interest, I would delve into the utilities' reason for wanting a rate increase. I would want to see their books if we can. I would want to know what their long-range plans are. Definitely on all of our utilities, we need to find ways to make solid long-range plans. You can't just go out and build a power plant. You can't just throw up a solar field. You can't just go drill a bunch of wells and put up a water tower. All those things take long-range planning, demographics of the area, what's the growth, what's your need? Why do you really need this rate increase? And how have you been managing what you've been using? Is this rate increase to service the public, the area within your monopoly, so to speak, or is it to pad your own pockets to do something?
On follow-up, given that commentary, what is your experience in either knowledge or simply day-to-day experience with investor-owned utilities? You seem to allude to the fact that you take part in either membership meetings at home with your utility. So are you a customer of an REMC?
Yes, I'm a customer at an REMC, and then also at our lake home we have a local water and sewage plant that's owned by the lake.
Understood. Thank you. Would you be able to give me your experience with any investor-owned utilities in this state? Have you ever been part of any of those conversations where you were fighting back on a rate increase, or any conversation that might have happened?
No, I've not entered into any of those types of things.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Dora, Indiana has 5 pillars at their IURC for decision-making: reliability, affordability, resiliency, stability, and environmental sustainability. How would you use those 5 pillars in decision-making as part of your role as a commissioner, if you were to become a commissioner?
Well, I know those were entered into legislation, those terms, and they were just, I probably feel, buzzwords at the time as things that we need to guide ourselves towards, how we would act in different situations. I think I even wrote them down here so I know where, could recall them easy, but yeah, you know, we have to have reliable infrastructure that can serve the public at large. We have to have affordability. That's a big thing. That's, I think, part of the reason I'm here and want to be involved is, are our utilities affordable to my neighbors? Are they affordable to all of our customers? Are we just being handled by utility companies? Resiliency, is the infrastructure that they're spending their money on, is it going to be able to last a long time? Can it stand up to storms and the like? Stability is another one. Environmental sustainability comes into play quite a bit when you're drilling gas, drilling water, and working with waste treatment plants. Are they environmentally stable?
Thank you very much. As a commissioner, you'd have to be evaluating requests to build new utility infrastructure, which, as demand is increasing for electricity, you'd also have to determine, is this cost the best benefit to serve Hoosiers? How would you be able to balance that need for the additional infrastructure, and does the cost really benefit Hoosiers?
Yeah, that's a tough one. You have to, you know, do some search on history. What have they done in the past? I'll just go to electricity. It's the easiest one, but what forms of electricity are they looking at long range? Does our group of engineers and lawyers think long range that form of generation is what's best for Indiana or for the area? Those are big investments. Who should pay for it? Should the expansion of the businesses, large factory in the area, be paying for that new generation, for that new rate structure towards their poles and power lines and all that, or do we spread it out over the customer base that's been there all along and been supporting that utility?
Thank you very much. Grant?
Yeah, I see you're interested in rooftop solar in your comments. And you say that rooftop solar could probably supply most of our needs. Could you elaborate on that? Is there evidence?
You said I said that?
Yeah, I believe so.
I think I said that, but I'll respond to that.
Okay.
I have seen research done in the state of Minnesota, at the University of Minnesota, that if 2 to 3% of our cropland had solar on it, it would supply all of our needs. Now, that would require batteries also. I know you have to get 24 hours a day. But rooftop solar can go a long way in helping offset the power needs for a local utility company. I wish they were still in the early stages of that, where they allowed net metering. If I had solar on my property, on my roof or whatever, at one point in time, they would credit me kilowatt for kilowatt for the energy I got. They would take back and use, but then they got some laws changed around, and they only have to pay me what they pay for the same kilowatts. So it's made it difficult for people to help offset their cost. And what do they do with that excess energy that they might get on a given day? Not every home, there's a lot of homes and subdivisions that beauty of the trees and everything around don't have enough sun shining on their roof to do this, but there are a lot of places that this can be done and should continue to be encouraged, I think.
So so you believe, it sounds like the state policy has restricted that resource?
It has. I think as our state policies, our federal policies, state policies, and our regulatory commission policies create cost to our utilities. We have to really think those through before we implement them. How much is this going to cause a rate increase to meet those needs? A lot of it's around safety. I'm all for safety, but we have to be careful and think long-term what it is we're doing when we pass a regulatory situation.
Thank you.
So I'd like to follow up on that thread a little bit and understand from your perspective, what do you think are the key factors that we should take into account as we're thinking about utility regulation?
What are the key factors that we're thinking about during utility regulation? Well, somewhat back to your the 5 topics we talked about earlier, but I think a key factor has to be, in today's situation, what's the cost? What's happening to our homeowners, small businesses in their rate increases? We have to have electricity. Electricity is, there's a growing demand for electricity. We know it, it's there. State of Indiana isn't going to expand growth in any kind of manufacturing if we don't have the power to handle the generation. So we have to think about that long term, and that cost is a big thing that I think about.
Mr. Dora, when you think about being a commissioner, there's a lot of technical issues that will have to come across your desk here. And how might you explain a complex rate case to a non-technical audience?
That's where the pig farmer comes out, Edby. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not versed in things real technical. I understand things once I've studied them. May have to ask a question or two of staff, but I think I can explain things in a way that would help people understand why are we doing this? What's the end game? What's this rate increase today do for me down the road? Should I be for it or should I be against it? There'll be people on both sides of everything. I'm used to that. I was chair of a local board of zoning appeals. I saw a lot of things come up before us that, there were two sides. I went to a lot of BZA meetings around the state that were battling whether somebody a company could lease land to put solar panels on. It's a big deal. There's always two sides of the coin, and I'm willing to discuss it. I'm willing to learn from the other side. I'm willing to change my mind. If I learn that isn't right, I'm going to change my mind, and I'll let them know.
Thank you. I think being open-minded is a really great asset for this kind of a position. Thank you.
You noted before in one of your comments that there's a ton of staff here at the IURC to help uncover the details and go through the pages and pages, thousands of pages, sometimes of dockets in front of the commission. That staff is hard to retain. How would you advocate with the governor's office for a robust staffing level here at the IURC and also at the Office of the Utility Consumer Counselor as well?
Well, I'm trying to think of a way to do it without a rate increase. I don't know. I think there's most likely a lot of staff that come through here and other agencies of the state that got a degree and need experience. So are we just an area where people come to get experience and then move on somewhere else? Or how many people have we retained here for 20, 25 plus years? I don't know. But other than benefits, life situations for work-life situations for those people, about the only way is money. And I'm not a proponent ever of just trying to spend money to get rid of all my ills. The ills being losing staff and hiring more, yeah.
This question wasn't on the list, so forgive me if it's coming off out of the blue, but I'm interested in your perspective. Secretary of Energy for the U.S. Department of Energy, Chris Wright, one of the things he talked about was an additive strategy. So across the country, we've closed a lot of coal plants and then replaced them, whether it was replacing them with gas or replacing them with wind and solar and batteries, also buying off of like the MISO marketplace or a PJM marketplace. Do you have a perspective on an additive strategy like that, instead of just replacing a closing plant one for one, replacing it with additional megawatts rather than just replacing it for the same as what was there before?
Well, if our demographics show that we're going to have a greater demand ongoing year over year for electricity, then yes, let's build for the future, not build for today. I think there has to be a lot of thought, and I'm certain the NIPSCOs of the state and others think about strategically, where do we place this next generation of energy? You know, where's the grid taking us? We can only shove electricity so far, and it'll disappear on us if you keep shoving it down the line. It won't be there when it gets there. Gets to where you want it to go. But I believe that we need to think about bigger plants, although bigger today has been, well, it's been fought since school consolidation 100 years ago. You know, nobody wants bigger, and not in my backyard. So we have all those issues to deal with. It's very difficult to make changes, wholesale changes like that across the state.
Okay. One other point that I'd like to make is that the commission is a full-time job, and it's located here in Indianapolis. If you were to become a commissioner, are you willing and able to come to work here full-time in Indianapolis and perhaps relocate if necessary?
Yes, I did that before when I was state director for USDA.
Okay. Committee, another
I
question?
had a quick follow-up on that, only because I saw that you also are an appointed state trustee for Ivy Tech.
Yes.
Okay, I saw that, and that's current as of right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha. Would that time commitment jeopardize any of the time commitments that would be for this commission? Or do you anticipate any?
It would not, but I don't think I can hold to both those seats at the same time.
That's a question for council that I can't answer either.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
I would love to. I have a great heart for Ivy Tech and what we do for the state of Indiana and how we train our young people to stay here and take jobs here. But as far as I know, Senator Merritt, maybe you could enlighten me, but I think that's there's a lucrative job, 2 lucrative jobs. I get $50 to go to Ivy Tech meeting, so it's not that lucrative.
Mike, you would have to choose.
Huh?
You'd have to choose
Yes,
between the two.
I believe I would, yeah.
Thank you
I'm
for your
willing
service to
I'm
that
willing-
commission, sir.
I'm willing to make that choice, but I do love Ivy Tech and would continue to help out. Ivy Tech has every other month, 6 times a year, a 2-day meeting. So.
We won't ask you to make that decision here and now. Just want to be clear that you'll have to make that decision.
I understand, but I know it's ahead of me, possibly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Mr. Dora, thank you so much. If there's anything else that you'd like to leave us with, any other questions you have for our committee or final thoughts that you'd like to leave us with, now would be the time.
But the offices and all the staff are in this building. Okay,
Yes, sir.
upstairs somewhere, in the basement.
Upstairs right now, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other
Thank you
questions?
very much. Good to meet you, and good luck. I've sat in your seat many a time in searches for staff, and a lot of sitting and listening and resumes. At least they're not education resumes. Those people have got, they can talk a lot.
Mr. Dora, thank you for coming today. We enjoyed getting to know you. Have a nice day.
very early, yes. So.
Okay. Thank you, WIBC. I was going to ask you the same question. I'm Baggett. Okay. Okay. Jaworski. Great. Thank you. Okay. No. That's yeah.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene. Mr. Baggett, welcome this morning. This is the IURC Nominating Committee. My name is Suzanne Jaworski, Secretary of Energy and Natural Resources for the state of Indiana. I want to thank you for applying to this position and coming to see us today. We're going to have the Nominating Committee each introduce themselves. Then we'll ask you to introduce yourselves, give us a little bit of background, and then we'll ask our questions. Okay?
I'm Jim Merritt.
Welcome. I'm Darlene Sherman.
Good morning, Lindsay Hake.
Good morning.
Grant Smith.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rachel Hazare.
Good morning, Corey Cochran.
Good morning.
I am Parvana Stover. I'm providing staff support for the committee.
Excellent.
Go right ahead.
If you don't mind, I just in my disclosure part of this, I have a little dyslexia, so I've made notes that I might read from just to make sure I don't wander.
Please feel comfortable. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Well, thank you to the members of the committee for this opportunity. My name is Chris Baggett. I believe Indiana's energy future depends on innovation. What attracted me to this was the governor's call to say we need new innovation and out-of-the-box thinkers.
You're speaking into the microphone,
Okay.
so everybody online can hear you very well. Thank you.
Great. Anyway, I'm responding to the governor's call for innovators and outside-of-the-box thinkers. Primarily, my strengths have been in looking at legacy systems through fresh lenses. I'm not from the utility world, and that may be a strength. My career has been about rebuilding systems and making them work for people. I co-founded Exact Target, which transformed how companies communicate, was an IPO, and then eventually sold to Salesforce, and now the Salesforce Marketing Cloud. I founded a company called Compendium Software, which was acquired by Oracle, which transformed how companies communicate and manage knowledge. I co-founded 120 Water, which simplifies infrastructure compliance for utilities. I co-founded a company called Empower Delivery, which has now most recently been acquired by Starbucks, and it helps reimagine how logistics can work, in the Starbucks case specifically, inside their kitchens. And of course, Cluster Truck, which still remains the only profitable food delivery system in the world without having to use fees. We do this mostly by challenging legacy systems and decentralizing and taking power closer to the end user, if you will. Power not in the context of electricity today. Right now I'm running Tyner Pond Farm, and essentially we applied the same principles there, decentralization. We built a direct-to-consumer food system that connects local production to local households without unnecessary layers. Whether in technology, logistics, or farming, the pattern's been the same with me. Centralization adds cost and fragility. Decentralization builds efficiency, transparency, and resilience. I want to bring that same mindset to Indiana's energy system.
Thank you so much for that background and introduction. Tell us about, so you've touched on this a little bit, but directly I'd like to ask, tell us about how that would translate and what being a public servant then might mean to you. You've spent your career in the private sector doing this. How would that translate into being a public servant?
Yeah, probably the question I've thought about the most and maybe don't have a great answer. Public service to me means that systems continue to serve the people and not the other way around. I've always kind of thought of myself as a public servant, creating jobs, disrupting systems, bringing this innovation that at Exact Target we used to talk about marketing democracy, right? How do we translate? How do we change the idea that to be a good marketer back in the day, you had to have the most money? Home Depot will always beat Joe's hardware store because Home Depot had the most money and could buy big media, Yellow Pages, TV, magazines, catalogs. Along came the internet, and it really decentralized marketing, if you will, and that's kind of been a theme. So we always felt like we were doing good. Mitch Daniels came to see us once early when we were just starting out in the early 2000s, and he was like, "Oh, I don't really understand what you're doing, but I want to help, and the government in Indiana has always been a good friend to our businesses and what we were doing." So, at the end of the day, I think energy is probably the most interesting place in the world right now. All the money is going there. All the thought process is going there. If you consider Silicon Valley type thinking, 10 years ago, if you were graduating from Purdue or MIT and you told people you were going into energy, people would be like, "Ooh, what did you do wrong?" And now every brain in the world is heading in this direction. This is the problem of the next 20 years, and has to be figured out and solved. And I think that's fascinating to me. I'm not sure if that's a clear answer of public service, but happy to have follow-ups.
Chris, thank you. I think I've asked this question a couple times today, but those seem to be things that are going to be handled or need to be handled by the Indiana legislature, not necessarily from the IURC bench, if you will. So can you just talk a little bit about how you could implement certain policies or certain changes that you speak about sitting as a commissioner instead of a legislator?
Yeah, and in all fairness, and transparency, I guess is a better word, but, I am not 100% clear on the commission versus the legislature, and do we influence legislation? Do we respond to legislation? I honestly don't know the answer to that. again, I'm coming at this from completely outside. Done lots of quick reading and research since the time I found out I'm getting an interview, and now, trying to understand energy in general, grids and that sort of thing. But as far as the specifics of what the commission is empowered with, I will claim I have a lot of ignorance there.
Go ahead, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, so I think that with that, maybe just touch on what you know about the position, how you would handle some of the issues that typically come to the URC commissioners, maybe
Sure.
that process.
Kind of the same way I've been successful in the past is primarily lots of conversations, keeping an open mind, and looking at data and letting data drive decisions and collaboration. Obviously, within the confines of reality as well, right? I think that's probably the difference between the public sector and the private sector. And a learning curve will have to come up. But, in the private sector, we can do whatever we want. And in the public sector, there are guardrails that we'll have to live with.
Go right ahead.
As commissioners, your job is to balance the ratepayer needs with that of the utilities. Tell us some experience from your personal, either work-bound or work life or personal life, that would help you in that job to balance these needs.
So balance the needs between the consumer and the utility? Is that
Yes, sir.
basically what you're asking?
Yes, sir. That's what you are charged with
Right,
by statute.
right. Well, I think the primary, there's a point in here somewhere about 5 points or 5 pillars, but, the first is reliability, right? So making sure that, people in Indiana have reliable power is the first thing. So I guess it's against that lens that every proposal needs to be measured, right? Does this meet the mandate of our charter, if you will? When I start a company and I say, okay, we're going to do this, and I round up, a few $100 million in investment, I have to stay on that plan as well. Those are my guardrails, right? I can't go off and say, you know what? I can't take Exact Target and turn it into a beef farm, right? So there are constraints in that world as well. But, at the end of the day, we're trying to find the best, most cost-effective, most reliable source of energy for our constituents.
So sorry. Could you tell me what your definition of an energy burden would be for a consumer, for a ratepayer, a residential ratepayer at home paying a bill every month? What is their energy burden?
Is that an industry term, or is that like their burden is $350 a month, right? It's or power going out for 2 days or things like that, right?
Yes, all, but yes, monetarily is my question.
Are you asking me, do I know what like the average bill is for the Hoosier, or what we're paying per kilowatt hour, or?
I'm just interested in what you know.
Oh,
Share with me what you know. I would love
think
that
consumers
energy
pay
burden
around
number, but-
15 cents a kilowatt hour, or I think our state average is around 7, but that may be spitballing.
For example, Hoosiers are spending more money right now on utilities than they have in the past. It's a huge issue.
Yes, no, I
And so
understand that, yeah.
I'm wondering if you believe that reliability is that key pillar, or should they all be balanced? Because affordability is also a pillar. And so I'm curious
Right.
your thoughts as to that component within the.
Again, I'm sort of answering the governor's call here, who was, the primary thing is we need to bring innovation and lower rates, right? So that is the mission, right? So the answer is yes, I believe in that mission. There are lots of ideas. First thing that I've had to do is understand what drives rates, right? I think, in my community, Eastern Hancock County, there's a lot of thought that these are being driven by data centers. Well, as I dig in, it doesn't appear that that's true. It appears that primarily rates are being driven by infrastructure problems. You know, we have grids that are designed to take coal plants from southern Indiana and travel north and south. I know we are on some kind of grid split, San Andreas fault, if you will, where we have MISO on one side and, I'm sorry, the New Jersey, Maryland, whatever.
EJM.
Thank you. So again, I'm coming up to speed quickly on this, but you know, it seems like 70% of our bills are tied to infrastructure, not to generation. So where there's perception we have a generation problem, that may or may not be the case, that it may be an infrastructure problem, which is a much harder problem to solve. You know, you're relying on groups that don't really talk to each other, you know, the East and the Midwest. It's very expensive, a lot more land use issues, you know, which leads me to, I think what my strength is understanding and looking at decentralized systems.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chris. I guess you have a very impressive resume, and I think what I keep hearing is kind of decentralizing, or maybe another way of saying that is making a process more efficient, if you will. And we hear that a lot, and especially when it comes to government. And I think that with this entity, the IURC and the commissioners and their role, I would say confidently it's a fairly established process on how decisions get made. You're right, there are guardrails. So, one, do you really think that you should try to alter that process? And two, how would you?
That's why these interviews are two-way. But I guess the short answer is, first of all, I have to understand the process, which I do not. So telling the 68 people out there and you all that, you know, I don't really know much about this. I'm responding to the governor saying we need to bring in some new thinking. You know, and I think the farm is an interesting example of this, right? We have taken corn and soybean ground and we have turned it into the most profitable acres in the state of Indiana, against a lot of contemporary thinking that says you can't do this and the best use of this land is to plant corn. And, you know, it's a 15-year investment we've made before we've finally turned the corner to profitability, which is very startup-like, if you will. But being able to look at it and take enough experience from the folks around, but also put a new lens on it, has been something I've been able to do very well. Whether that directly applies in this circumstance, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on that because I think, you know, this area is one that is incredibly detailed, right? It is very highly technical, lot of, you know, industry-specific knowledge is necessary, I think, to be able to understand where disruption might be possible. So I'm interested in understanding your perspective on your interest in learning that, and then what you think your timeline would be before you would kind of be in a position where you think you may be able to bring your new perspective to kind of this very established process.
Sure. If you know me or read about me, you will say that one of my greatest characteristics people will talk about me is how much I read, right? I learn from reading. And so I've been reading a lot. This is this morning, the future of nuclear power in China. But, you know, I've read papers from your organization. I've, you know, kind of tried to do bios on everybody and sort of follow what you're reading to understand your perspectives and things like that. How long will it take? I don't know. I imagine that a commission is a group of people that discuss. So we're going to be presented with ideas. I think I will have the opportunity to meet constituents across the board, from utilities to, you know, again, I don't know my authority, but I suppose if I called Duke and said, I'd like to talk to somebody about your thinking on this, that they would take a meeting with me. And, you know, that's kind of how I would approach this.
That would be ex parte communication.
I'm sorry?
That would be ex parte communication. It wouldn't be allowed.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm
Yeah,
hopeful
see,
that offer would extend to the conversations that would happen publicly.
Right.
Yes.
That would be if
100%.
there
I
was
mean,
a case
you
in-
know,
That would be if there was a case you were working on, you wouldn't be able to ask them about that case. If it was an area of expertise that you wanted to hear from Duke about that there was not a case in front of you, you could easily reach out.
okay, and that's really what I'm talking about, is how do I become educated on the issues from all the constituents, right? I mean, obviously, there's a conflict constantly between consumer and the industry and the needs, and, you know, how do you resolve all those, which I think is basically what the commission is for.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Baggett, I'd like to ask a question and also back up a little bit and give some history. I have a friend whose mother was on the commission years ago, and they were from somewhere in southern Indiana, and she was chosen because she was a brilliant financial mind. I think she was an accountant, and they used to make sure that they hired people who didn't have industry experience in the utility industry, but just brilliant people who knew, especially financing. And so it's not unheard of to have people who do not have industry experience. So wanted to put that out there. And the governor wants to have, and I also share strongly that we want to have the very best regulatory commission in the country. And I don't say that lightly. I say that as a very defined goal, because across the country, we all, as states, share roughly the same resources for creating electricity, generally. You know, some states can have hydroelectricity, or some states are great in the West that they can do geothermal much more robustly than Indiana, for sure. But generally, we have the same kind of resources. But what sets us apart are the brilliant minds that sit up on that bench. And so I'd like to hear from you. Yes, you would be a regulator. So you're not a policymaker. You can't shape what our policy is. But having a brilliant mind that is able to apply that to the regulation, I think can be quite impactful. So you'd have those kind of guardrails. You certainly would have a lot of staff to guide you in that. So I'm keeping those guardrails in mind. But just because I'm curious, separate from that, talk about like your vision for where you'd love to see Indiana as an energy, if we could be an energy powerhouse, what would that look like? And please indulge me. I know that he is not here as a policymaker, but I'm curious about that vision, because I think energy equals prosperity. Robust energy equals prosperity, and I want that for Indiana. So while you're here, I'd just like to hear your thoughts on that.
It's a big question, right? Because what is prosperity, right? You know, you have to start there. You know, I'm very much a holistic thinker. The opposite of holistic is reductionist. We need more electricity. Okay, why do we need more electricity? Well, we want more prosperity. Well, what do we mean by prosperity, right? Is that happiness? Is it wealth? Is it big companies? Is it exports versus imports? Those are all tough questions, right? You know, when I think about energy, I think about, as I said earlier, the future of energy is it's changing so quickly. That makes it exciting for me. And I believe in decentralization just as a core. So if you're worried about bias coming into this, in my 2 weeks of planning for this, since I first heard the governor's call, my mind is drifting towards decentralization to ensure prosperity, if you will, right? Because, I think about corn farmers and how much power they have to use to generate, to manage their, corn, that corn's mostly ethanol. Now, why aren't they using ethanol to power something locally that, that's where I go on that. And I'm not sure if that's answering your question or not, but, prosperity is in the eye of the beholder, too.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You bring up in your application number of times risk shifting from stockholders to ratepayers. And what brought that to mind for you? What was your process? What's the catalyst for you bringing up risk shifting, financial risk shifting?
I feel, just from my, again, limited experience in reading in this, that a lot of the risk is put onto the consumer. And a normal business doesn't really work that way. And I can understand in the utility where we have a primary goal of reliability and supply, that an argument can be made for sharing that risk, and we need the power plant. And again, why I lean towards decentralization, right? When I have this central point of power, they have a lot of power, and the more we decentralize that, the more we democratize it for everybody.
I'm sorry. And decentralization, what are the primary strengths of decentralization? I mean, in terms of the 5 pillars, if you're like affordability, resiliency, reliability,
right,
environmental quality.
Yeah, I think all of those, right? I think the more decentralized, the more secure it is. It's the same as the way I think about the food system. You saw COVID, we learned how vulnerable we were. The idea that all of our vegetables come from Southern California and Arizona being flooded with Colorado River water, which is a finite resource, so the closer we can bring these things to home. I've been reading a lot about Japan and how after the disaster in 2011 with nuclear power plants, they went on this massive decentralization, more solar panels on rooftops than any place in the world. They have these cogenerations. I think they've installed over 500,000 of them in the last 2 years, where people are literally running an air conditioner-sized cogeneration plant on natural gas in their own house. And to me, that screams of reliability and control at the local level. Sorry, I don't remember without notes the other 5 or other 4.
It was resiliency was one.
Yes. Yeah, there we go. Resiliency, affordability, reliability. Yeah, all of that to me strengthens with decentralization, assuming the technology is available. I'm fascinated by just a couple of things that happened this week, right? The Army coming out and saying, we're going to put in 18 container-sized nuclear reactors to power our bases by 2028. Well, it's almost 2026, right? So that's literally right around the corner. And again, thinking holistically, what changes are going to happen in the next 5 years if that's going to happen in the next 2 years, right? Everything is going to change. I think about corn a lot. I've talked to the governor about this since the first day I met him. It's like, okay, when we have this unlimited nuclear energy that are in these containers that everyone can have, and, electricity bills might go to zero, right, for consumers. What are we going to do with all this corn when, 60% of it goes to ethanol, which is fuel that nobody wants anymore, right? Like, there's big issues to be dealt with here, and that just fascinates me, but I have a lot to learn.
Thank you.
I'm asking this question of everyone. In the IURC, behind the scenes, lots of staff, analysts, lots of people crunching the numbers and going through the thousands of pages of documents that are presented to them before the commission. And obviously lean government right now is a thing. It's a priority, as I've heard it from the governor's office. Can you tell me how you would advocate for robust staffing at the IURC with the governor?
I don't know. I'm so sorry. I have no idea. I will say, and again, I don't know if I would be advocating for robust staffing, honestly. I was a beta user of ChatGPT. I understand AI. I live in it many hours every single day. Again, thinking about the future, there's probably going to be less staff and more AI in this, right? I don't need people doing research for me as much. And this is just general. I don't know anything specifically about the staff at this organization. I've never had staff before, so so all I can say is, I think AI is incredibly disruptive and going to be disrupting those kinds of jobs, regardless of this organization or any. May not be a popular answer, but that's, genie's not going back in the bottle there.
Thank you.
Not everyone on this committee has a real grasp of all the details of the process, by the way, of how the commission works. I happen to be one of those that does not. But I kind of liken it to kind of a cross between a jury and a panel of judges, where they're listening to the case and the details of the case that the utility will have to present. And through your questioning, through robust questioning and perhaps interaction with the staff who's doing a lot of the research on it, you can maybe not advocate, but you can certainly bring up the kinds of questions that you would behind the scenes when you go in to evaluate a company or you know, you're getting ready to, or to create systems in a new company that you're forming. I guess my question for you is, would you be comfortable doing that in a very public setting? You're used to doing that.
Right. No, that's a great question.
Questions, being very inquisitive, challenging, you know, why this and why not that, in behind the scenes. You would have the same opportunity to do that in the context of a rate case, but it would be in a very public setting.
Right. And I think one of the things that excites me about this is not me, but the, you know, getting these questions out. You know, as I've done my learning here, you know, I've learned a lot, and I'm a pretty big consumer of power. You know, it's not, you know, I'm not a giant factory or anything, but I spend my fair share. And you know, just like I said, you know, what I will look at are things like, what I'm thinking about now is, you know, obsolescence, right? You know, are we approving projects that we won't need 10 years from now, and they're going to take 9 years to build? And who cleans up this eyesore, you know, or this, you know, mess when, you know, I firmly believe in decentralized power. Like, I think that is the future, and whether it's 2 years or 10 years, it's not going to be 20 years. So those are the kind of challenging questions I think I'll be asking, is why are we doing this when we know this is what the future is going to look like? So yeah, I don't think I'll have any trouble there.
Well, and the other part of the question is, I mean, obviously, the many businesses that you've been involved in, I'm very familiar with Exact Target. I was one of your early customers.
Oh, thank you.
I was on the comms teams for Lumina Foundation and watched the company grow into what it became and is part of Salesforce now. And so I love that kind of futuristic thinking, looking out ahead. But you're at the point in your career where you could retire if you wanted to.
I am.
This is a 9 to 5, 8 to 5 grind, 5 days a week, maybe longer, some travel involved. Is that something that you know, would you be motivated to get up every day and come in that kind of a work setting, which is very, very different from, I think, the work setting that you've established?
It's the one question I ask myself, honestly. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the environment, haven't seen the office, I don't know what parking's like. So there's a lot of HR questions to be answered for this. You know, as I said, my motivation here is I think this is a very, very, very exciting time, like the internet in 2000, you know, as far as energy goes. And, you know, the governor called out and said, and I've seen the other people, I don't know anything about them from a out-of-the-box or innovation record. So the way I look at it is I'm going to be one person on this commission. I feel like when you're building a commission, you kind of you want to have pools of different perspectives and talents, and this will be mine, I think. So even if I'm outvoted every single time, I'm probably going to be, you know, have no qualms about asking the challenging questions that I believe.
Well, you set me up for my question perfectly, and I Well, I was going to say, you know, you're one of 5 voices, and you're used to being the CEO. How do you feel about being one of 5 voices?
So I'm not used to being CEO, honestly. You know, I'm very much a committee person. You know, Exact Target is a fantastic example. 120 Water, you know, Megan is the CEO. Megan Glover, I don't know how many of you have had a chance to interact with her, but, you know, I'm much better on, as I said, kind of, I think of it as the cavalry, you know, like you be the general. I'm usually the one out front, like, what's going to happen next? What are we doing? Why aren't we asking these questions? What are the opportunities here? I'm not the CEO of Cluster Truck. You know, Janet Monroe is the CEO of Cluster Truck. You know, but, you know, my tattoos are, you know, how hard can this be? How hard would this be? You know, why aren't we doing it this way? That's kind of my, my strength.
Thank you. I have a question. So, in looking at the getting up to speed and in researching a utility comes in for a rate case, what would you look at to compare, let's say, a case, you know, a lot of cases right now are utilities coming in saying, we need to build a new plant, whether it's a combined cycle gas plant or what have you. In the future, it'll be a small modular reactor or some kind of advanced nuclear. What would you do to evaluate whether that cost is really of benefit to Hoosiers, or if they should be going out looking at a power purchase agreement or doing, like you're saying, a little more decentralized energy? How would you research that, and what kind of options would you be looking at?
Yeah, and with my limited knowledge, I think the first question I would ask is, where's the power going, right? So is it for us? And then what are going to be the costs to us? And you know, this is probably obvious to you all, but I've only just learned that 75% of our bill goes to infrastructure, not generation. So what kind of infrastructure is it's going on to? So, you know, I can see, again, I'm making this up, but, you know, a power plant comes in and says, we want this rate hike because we want to build this new plant. Are they considering the grid costs that are going to go with that, and who's going to pay for that? And it feels like typically that also falls to the consumer. And if we're not getting the power, should we be? Those are the questions I'd ask, I guess.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the committee? Okay, Mr. Baggett, we have about 10 minutes left of your time. Is there anything else you'd like to add to enlighten us about your background or your thoughts or vision, or do you have any questions for us?
I have a lot of HR questions, you know, specifically like, you know, about the office requirements, who's my boss, you know, that sort of thing, which I think can wait. But yeah, again, I'm here. I may not be the right person for this committee, right? I don't need the job. You know, I think about services as kind of that. A, I think it would be interesting. I think it's a fascinating time, but B, you know, the governor specifically asked for an entrepreneur, out-of-the-box innovator, and, you know, I don't have a lot of skills in a lot of areas, but that is one place that I've, you know, had a pretty good track record. So that's the job I'm applying for, to be that innovator and outside-the-box thinker who probably will be wrong 90% of the time, so.
Okay, well, that concludes our interview. Thank you so much for coming in today.
Thank you.
Have a nice afternoon. We'll take a quick break, or an actual lunch break, and we will reconvene at 1:15. Thank you. Good afternoon. We are reconvening the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission interviews for commissioners. Welcome to Michael Neal. Mr. Neal, thank you for coming today. My name is Suzanne Jaworowski. I am the Secretary of Energy and Natural Resources for the state of Indiana. This is the IURC Nominating Committee. Each committee member will introduce themselves and welcome you to this afternoon's interview. Then we'd like to have you introduce yourself to the committee, and then we'll get started with our questions. So please make yourself comfortable. And I'd also like to ask you, when you speak, please be sure to push the button in front of you. And we've had a lot of people say that there's trouble hearing through the stream, so just be sure to speak directly into the microphone if you would, okay?
Jim Merritt.
Darlene Sherman.
Good afternoon, Lindsay Hake.
Grant Smith.
Good afternoon, Rachel Hazare.
Hi, Corey Cochran.
Parvane Stover, I'm providing staff support.
Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary and members of the committee. My name is Mike Neal, and I'm very thankful to be in front of you today. I have a unique background that I think would be a net positive to the Utility Commission. Over about the 20 years of my career, half of it in the private sector, half of it in the government sector, half of it in utilities, both in construction and then later regulation, some political leadership, state agency leadership, public boards and commissions leadership. I'm currently president of the Westfield Plan Commission as we speak, fastest growing community, give a plug for that, in Indiana. I'm very thankful to be with you here today. I'm excited about the opportunity of potentially becoming a commissioner as someone who served 5.5 years at the IURC, not on the rates and charges side, but on pipeline safety related to safe delivery of natural gas, construction of pipelines, et cetera, on the intra-state side of natural gas. That's where my experience lies with the commission. So I have an above-average understanding of the entire process of the IURC, but never having spoken into the rates and charges side. And I'm incredibly excited for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Fantastic. I'll go ahead and kick things off. And our first question is about being a public servant. Talk to us about what being a public servant and that half of your career means to you.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I would say that public service is a calling. It's not often a place you go to make money. You can do that in the private sector, great place to be. But it really is a calling, and it's unique to be able to step up and serve your neighbors, your fellow Hoosiers, your fellow Americans in whatever role that you might be called to. And when I started my career, I started in pipeline construction. And at that point, because I didn't know what I wanted to do with college, so I didn't want to spend a bunch of money not knowing what I was going to do, then I decided I didn't want to work outside in the winter every year, year after year. And so finally went to school and got the opportunities that I've been blessed to have. But in kind of that educational and that role, decided and really felt a call to public service. And so, the first half of my career was kind of in that private sector and then political leadership, and then had the opportunity to serve Governor Mike Pence in his office in 2015. And that's what led me to live here the last 10.5 years and meet my wife and build a great life for us. And so, public service is a calling. It's one that I feel that I feel that call and that tug, and hope to get the opportunity to continue that in this role.
Thank you. Also, Mr. Neal, tell us why you chose to apply for this position. Why do you want to be a commissioner?
Excellent, thank you. So I again, kind of adding on to that public service call and feel, I also, one of the greatest honors of my professional career has been at the Utility Commission and the work that's being done, especially today with where the direction of energy is going, not just in America, but also in Indiana with affordability issues and the growth of data centers and other economic development that's putting pressure on that. Felt like I had a unique balance of skills in both private and public sector to add to the conversation. And so again, not someone that would walk in and start with, no knowledge of where things are at, but also knowing that I've got a lot to learn on the rate making side, rate making school, and all the different parts and components that go to that.
Thank you very much. Next question, what do you see as the most important qualities for someone serving on the Public Regulatory Commission?
I honestly, anyone that walks into this role, everyone has a worldview, a training, a position on a number of things, and those things aren't bad. But when we walk into this, especially because of the nature that this is a quasi-judicial board, it has to do with natural monopolies, that artificial competition had to be created in order to make it palatable to the ratepayer. You have to come with an open mindset. You have to come with the ability to balance. There are 5 pillars that I'm sure you've all talked about a lot this morning, and we'll talk a little bit more here in a few minutes, that you have to weigh equally. You have to be weighed collectively. And so when you come into the mindset independently, you come in, again, you have your worldview, you have your positions and your feelings about your training and where you've come and what your experience has been, but you have to come with that balance of impartiality and looking at all 5 pieces. And then, of course, I always, because I came from pipeline safety, said, well, the 6th pillar is safety, which you could certainly weave in there, but that's on the non-rate making side is another important part of what the Commission's work is, which is, enforcing the Federal Register related to pipeline safety related activities. And so I would come in with some knowledge there.
To follow along on that line of questioning, Mike, can you, obviously you admit you're not on the rate-making side, the other side of the IURC's work. How do you plan to kind of bring yourself up to speed on that side from a technical information standpoint? And how long do you think that will take? And then do you already have some ideas on how you can add to that discussion and take Indiana, to the next level?
Thank you, Representative. I would say, firstly, that there's, I think, a number of ways to get up to speed. Obviously, there are previous and current cases before the Commission that would need some reading. There's a lot of staff interaction that you would need to have. They're a very important part to the entire process. NARUC and other fellow commissioners across the nation will be important to collaborate, to network, conferences. Rate-making school is another part of that, obviously, in May. So, this role, you have a few months before you got to that point. And there's, of course, studies and publications all across the fruited plain that would be important to consume and to kind of well-roundedly inject that information into your brain and put it to good use.
So you've given us some insight onto your plans to kind of learn in the area. As you look at what the IURC responsibilities are, I'm interested in your perspective on whether you think the IURC has the authority that it needs, or whether you think that there are any issues that you would want to address in your role as a commissioner.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think one of the biggest things that obviously just occurred is in 2025, House Bill 1007, which added a lot of clarity and some authority to the Commission that stemmed out of the 2024 AES case that came before the Commission and the Attorney General's advisory opinion related to what he felt the powers were related specifically to retirement generation. And there's a lot of things in 1007, like a 30-page bill, so I can't say that I have read every single word, but specifically to that, I believe that 1007 went a long way to clarify the powers that the Commission already had as Attorney General saw it. And so I think that, as well as adding, you're adding a new majority of commissioners that are going to be like-minded, to my understanding, to Governor Braun's position on energy. And so I think with that, I think there's an opportunity to say, okay, we've got some new law, we've got some new commissioners, let's see how that goes. Now, if you were going to say, one of the things that there are 2 legislators that are sitting before us, and sometimes the law is left vague on purpose to allow agencies to create administrative law, administrative rule, and to kind of enforce the statute kind of as written. But sometimes that can kind of get lost. And so if I were going to add some legislation, it would be a little bit more prescriptive to the 5 pillars if we were really wanting to reinforce some sort of weighting or things like that. But my position is now, there's been enough legislation that kind of level sets. You have a new set of commissioners coming in. Let's see where that goes. But that doesn't mean that there won't be other things that we find out along the way that may need to be inserted. I hope that answers your question.
If I might, on follow-up, did I hear you correctly in saying that House Enrolled Act 1007 from this year supports all 5 pillars?
I don't believe that's what I said, but what I believe is that it clarified the authority specific. If we're going to talk about the AES case, which is what I was kind of alluding to with the Attorney General's advisory opinion that was issued, I think, prior to the order given by the Commission, I think it added to specifically, if we're going to talk reliability, talking about the retirements that some found were too early in the process, moving from the coal generation to natural gas might have been expensive. Of course, AES is here before, and I don't think it's appropriate to talk about a case currently before the Commission. But I would say that it clarified what the Attorney General already told the Commission it had power to do, at least specifically in that area, as I read it and see it.
I was less asking about the advisory opinions, only because advisory opinions are advisory opinions.
Absolutely, yeah. Sorry.
Everyone has one. I could say that, but yeah. I guess every AG has one. Anywho, tell us what, and obviously your work at the IURC interests me as an employee. Are you an engineer? Are you PE?
No, it's kind of a misnomer. We're inspectors under federal code. They use engineer for whatever reason they use the word engineer for, but no, I have no engineering background.
I didn't see it on your list of
no, ma'am.
licenses, so I was, okay, thank you for clarifying. So obviously your work at IURC, previous work in the pipeline division is interesting to me and obviously uniquely qualifies you. Tell me exactly how you, though, would, that's a much different role, no, obviously, as a commissioner than working in the agency. Tell me how you would balance, as we are directed at the IURC, to balance the ratepayer with the utility interests.
Absolutely. I mean, I think law clearly puts out, obviously, the 5 pillars, and I view that as kind of like the scales of justice only with 5 little buckets. And anytime one of them is out of balance, it kind of throws the rest of it off. And I think what Hoosiers are feeling is that maybe the affordability piece has been out of balance in that process, especially this last year. And so while I have, pipeline safety experience, that's only a piece to the puzzle. I would say that my overall utility experience, coupled with, agency and board leadership, to be able to provide leadership, to staff and to the process, to collaborate with fellow commissioners, the knowledge I have and the knowledge I need to gain, putting all of that together to become a well-rounded commissioner in this process is what I would seek to do. But I would build as a foundation what utility experience I do have, both on private construction and utility regulation when it comes to safety.
If I might. This is not a follow-up question, but I've been asking every candidate.
Sure.
You also have a unique window into the work that happens behind these 4 walls here, with the amount of work that happens with all the analysts, reviewing all of the thousands of pages of dockets. How do you, as a commissioner, posit yourself there for a second, how would you advocate for a robust staffing level in these times of lean government being such a popular talking point?
Yeah, the fact that I'm not in the Treasurer's office anymore was a direct effect of the legislative cuts that had to be made based on the forecast that was provided, in April during the session. And so I'm living that as we speak. And obviously that has made cuts across the whole of government in a number of agencies, and we have to do more with less. That's what Governor Braun came in on. That's what the legislature has passed and said. And so how do we do more with less at the commission level? Now, the commission is very unique because it's not a quasi-government agency, but it's independent. So it's not like NDOT or any other agency that you might have where there's some more cut and dry pieces. What I'd say is that if there's not an opportunity to increase, staffing levels to what may need to be appropriate, and not having been there 2.5 years, I can't say whether it's currently appropriate or not. But what I would say is that a lot of things that are happening in government right now have to do with technology and the use of AI, and some of that may need to be implemented in order to, get more of this data faster, looked at faster, some retraining of staff. I also think it might be important to mention, and I don't think I mentioned it in the application, but obviously what comes before the commission has to do with evidence that is created by or brought by the utility and the OUCC and different interveners. But is there an opportunity for the commission to look at some independent data to enter into the record that staff may need to kind of generate through? And that could also shift the amount of staff that you might need if that's something that the commission would need to do. And so I can't say at this point whether or not there should be more or less, what I can say is that obviously the state did good work to try to raise the amount of money that each person makes across the state with the last study on salaries. But you're never going to get to what the private sector, can pay. They got as close as they could, but now having to do more with less, it's a tough environment. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Being a commissioner, as you've observed undoubtedly, having worked for the IURC, sometimes puts you in the public eye, and during a case, you may have a lot of scrutiny. So can you talk about a time when you were in the public eye, or maybe not broadly in the public eye, but it had a lot of scrutiny in a situation, and you had to have some thick skin and do something that may not be popular? Did you have a time like that that you can describe, or how would you handle that?
Yes, ma'am. No, I do. I've served president of 3 public boards in my time, currently serving 1. I'm not going to mention anything with the current public board, but previously I lived in Brownsburg, and I was president of the Zoning Appeals Board, which not all the time is the most riveting work, but I do have a side passion for zoning, oddly enough. And there was a case coming before us related to a refrigeration facility that essentially was going to create, I always kind of called it like a vending machine of frozen foods that was a dark site where there was going to be about 150 feet tall, and there was going to be this machine that would come get the pallets based on orders, so that they only had to have front office staff, but didn't have to have a lot of people in that room. And it was going in a place where there was a ton of residents who were against the whole thing. And we had 80, 90 people come to the point where we didn't have enough people in the council chambers. They had to be put in another room and have it streamed. And I was the president through that. 3.5 hours of testimony and argument, almost 95% of the people against it. And at the end of the day, we ended up denying the variance that they were asking for because they didn't have the correct data. They didn't come with how, there's speaking of statutory tests, there's statutory tests related to zoning, and one of those on the BZA is how is it going to adversely affect property values. And so you have to weigh those things because that's what the law says, regardless of what your opinion is. Do I want to see $500 million coming to Brownsburg? Absolutely, from an economic development side. But if the law is limiting, the law is limiting. And it was a 5-0 vote to deny the variance. It ended up going to Lebanon, so Mayor Gentry was very happy. But at the end of the day, we had to do the right thing. And so in that perspective, the citizens were a little bit more happy with me, but government not so much. And so sometimes doing the right thing is tough. I don't think anyone sitting here today hasn't faced adversities for the decisions that we've made, because you're always, especially in government, which touches every part of our lives in a lot of ways, for better or for worse, you're not going to be able to make everybody happy. There's ideologies, there's decisions that are made. It's tough. And so you have to have that thick skin. You have to be a happy warrior. You can't get mad. You can't get upset. You can't yell. You have to, take your feelings behind closed doors, but do the right thing for the people.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
So you talk about potential weakness being high capital costs. What were you referring to?
I'm sorry, in the application?
Yeah, the application.
Oh, yes. We've seen, I think that all stems obviously from COVID, and after COVID, we've seen everything go up, especially in the construction industry. We're talking about from anything from lumber and steel and concrete and supply chain issues. And so I think we've seen just across the whole of anything that high capital costs because of construction material has all gone up, which has probably been well, it's negative, but obviously an upward pressure on rates to be able to continue to keep up with infrastructure costs and those kind of things. That what I would be referring to in a general statement, that inflationary pressures have really pushed up on that.
So in terms of all the above, we're building out natural gas significantly. We have aging coal plants whose costs are rising. You have nuclear's down the road, maybe. But to what extent can you control utility costs under an all-the-above rubric and under current statute?
Sure. It's a tough balance. It's a tough balance. We're facing it right now, all across Indiana. And that's where, investment prudently of dollars, leveraging what investors can do, leveraging what, the ratepayer is able to do and stomach is obviously very important. And I would say to kind of balance all those things it's the commission's job to ensure that those dollars are being spent properly, that, of course, yes, there has to be, all the 5 pillars have to be equally balanced, and there's a statutory responsibility to allow the utility to make a fair rate, because it's not like Target where they can just market to more customers, get more people to come in, and then make better capital investments or, leverage financing or what have you. And so it's a little tougher environment. So we are forced to ensure that they can do that as well. So balancing all that is important. And what I would say is that there are, I think, unique opportunities, especially because, retirements aren't being pushed by rules and laws at the moment, and some people are retiring things prior to when they should. And so is it cheaper to retool some of these plants? Is there money out there? And there is. Especially related to coal, the federal government announced, $625 million in potential grants to be able to modernize some of these places. So it may not even be a push on ratepayers to do that if there's other unique ways to fund some of that. And so it's tough and it's a balance, but I think there are ways to help with that.
In terms of all the above, to what extent does the customer side of the meter play?
Again, they're customers, right? And so, and they're forced customers, I guess, for better or worse. And so, the customers still have to pay into the system, but because it is, again, I don't think there's any. While they all have to be balanced, I think affordability being number 2 was probably an important nod to, we've got to make sure that people can afford this at the same level in which we need the investment.
I was referring to distributed energy resources, energy efficiency, solar storage on the customer side of the meter.
Oh, I'm sorry. So for like rooftop solar and things like that.
Energy efficiency, demand side management.
Sorry, I misunderstood your question. Well, no, it's okay. I mean, we got a new furnace that gave us the credits. I think probably what you're talking to is, there are opportunities for ratepayers to make their systems more efficiently. Obviously, it's still an investment. I mean, we paid $18,000 for our furnace and air system. That's a lot to bite off for anybody. The average Hoosier, and so obviously. I'm not against renewables being a part of the conversation. I think that there's some intermittency with that, which doesn't necessarily help baseload. But on the customer side, if someone wants to make that investment into their home, that's honestly up to them. I know that there's been some code that might have made that a little less advantageous, and that's certainly the legislature's prerogative, and is not necessarily a matter that would come before the commission unless the legislature directed us to do so. But I'm not against that, because I believe you should be able to do what you want with your property, as long as you're not affecting other people's property values.
Well, should there be, in your mind, is there the correct balance between the customer side of the meter providing for affordability, resilience, reliability, and the utility side providing the same services, or should there be more emphasis on the customer side, or is everything fine at this point?
I don't know that it's the commission, and forgive me because I'm not on the ratepayers or the rate making side. Forgive me, but it's not my understanding that the commission has a whole lot to say about the customer side of putting again, solar panels on your home.
I agree.
Whether that should or should not be should be left to the legislature. That's why we elect them to do that. And if the commission were told to manage that, we certainly would have to step up to the occasion.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mike.
Hi.
Thank you for your time.
Absolutely.
So kind of looking through some of your previous history and employment, can you just kind of maybe, there's a lot of times there's very complex issues that come before URC commissioners. Maybe just talk about in your past where you've had a lot of material that you had to review, so oftentimes in a quickly or timely manner, and then kind of make a decision or render a decision in that capacity. So,
sure. Absolutely. I'll start with my most recent experience in the State Treasurer's Office as Executive Director of the Indiana Board for Depositories. If you're not familiar with what that is, most people are not. And what it essentially does is it protects municipalities and units of government from losing money in a bank failure. And so if the city of Lagodi has $1 million in the bank and the bank fails, we are an insurance fund that would, after FDIC is exhausted, if they choose to only pay $250,000, we would make up the other $750 to make the taxpayer whole so that they can continue to operate services, police, fire, et cetera, et cetera. And Treasurer Elliott came in January of 2023. I walked in the office with him on January 3rd, and by February, we had Silicon Valley happen out west. And all of a sudden, from that moment, first of all, I'm not a finance guy by trade. If you've seen general business, I have some financial acumen, budgeting, things like that. But when it came to banking regulation, that was not my strong suit walking into the door. And so for me, it took, in February, I've got 40 mayors and county councils and treasurers calling saying, is my money secure based on this fund? AIM and AIC wanting presentations immediately about, does this protect us? How does it protect us? Are we already in a lawful position to make sure we can get this if our bank fails? Should we be moving things? And so for me, it took a lot quickly, balancing the time of the previous executive director who helped me out greatly, but reading a lot of statute and code and being up to speed, and then explaining that to people who are also not financial experts. Not everybody, has that financial banking regulation. And so I had to, really put that in terms of how does this protect the taxpayer? How are you able to take advantage of this fund, which you are automatically by statute, so long as you're okay with SBOA, and to provide, here's what the law says, you're already doing it, you're fine. And for me, I had to learn it first and then immediately turn it around because, February, that's happening quick and people are pulling money and liquidity is leaving the market, and I had to be up to speed as quickly as possible. I hope that answers your question.
Halfway.
Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
It's okay. Yes. No. I think it does in terms of consuming a lot of information quickly. But can you talk do you have an example of where you had to render a decision and then live with that decision, or you received negative feedback on that decision or anything like that?
Certainly, and I have to be careful. I can't use any names, but one of the processes to safeguard our fund is that there is collateralization requirements that the board has, so that if your institution is having issues with its liquidity or other items, we require them to collateralize on the public funds that they hold, and that's not a very popular decision. And so, for me, we have a board that does not hear appeals, so you can't appeal. If I decide here's what the law says, here's what the data says, I've got to go to a financial institution and tell them, sorry, you have $1 million in public funds, you're going to have to collateralize. That's never popular because it only eats up liquidity in the market. And so but also, again, the law says that we have to protect the taxpayers' dollars. And so, again, was it the decision was made by law. I didn't just decide, oh, well, the law says it, so I can or can't do it. By law, as a fiduciary of the state, I had to impose that, but it was never popular. And so you have to do so kindly and be as, forward on customer service as you can, and again, explain it as to why and how long, and show them the data, and to get as much buy-in as you can with people who are obviously upset, and rightfully so, that now they have to tie up some of their credit or liquidity.
Mike, I have a question about the characteristics it takes to make a really good commissioner. The governor wants to have the best of the best for the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. And I've talked to a lot of the folks that come through today and made the point that state after state after state, we all have basically the same resources to create electricity, but one thing that's always different is our regulators. So what are those characteristics that you would identify that makes a really good regulator?
I think you've got to be kind and fair-minded, knowing that there's going to be a number of people from all different positions and walks of life that are coming before you, whether they're interveners, whether they're the petitioner in the case, whether it's the OUCC. And so treating all of them with respect and fairness is important, even if you disagree with them, even if you're going to make a decision in the end that isn't their position. And so I think that level of customer service and being, a net positive, even in a situation where you're disagreeing with folks, is important. I also think, character and integrity are important and high in this role. I mean, it's not super visible most of the time until usually something goes wrong, and we're experiencing that now, right? I mean, most people still think that Governor Braun's the one that voted to raise rates in any of these cases, right? But that's not true at all. There's a lot of folks that don't know about the URC and what it does, and so to be able to be educational and to be collaborative as best as possible, but still falling within the statute that you are required to uphold as a commissioner. And so how do you balance that? You balance that kindly and fairly, and to explain yourself and to, stand with integrity in that role.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And as a commissioner, you would be one of 5, if you get the job, votes on the commission. How would you work with the other commissioners to come to conclusions and to make decisions?
Sure. Well, ensuring, first of all, that you're living within the statute and ex parte communications as we would need to do. I'm currently one of 9. I'm the president of the Westfield Plan Commission, but I'm one of 9. So yeah, I get to run the meeting, I get to have the gavel, and that's sometimes a lot of fun. Sometimes it's not a lot of fun, but there are 8 other opinions up there that may or may not be mine. And so having honest, collaborative discussion, education. The other thing about commissioners is that, very typically they're not all paying attention to the case that you're on, because there are other cases before the commission in which they are assigned. And so there's going to have to be a level of trust and communication amongst each other to inform them and allow them to read dockets and evidence and information to make a decision. And so doing so in a collaborative fashion is key and important. And again, even if if it's going to be a 4-to-1 vote and someone's voting no and they don't agree with your position or decision or whatever, you can still do so kindly and fairly and work together after the vote's done.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to talk a little bit about affordability in the 5 pillars. I know I think the number of jobs you have had, you're very politically sensitive.
Yes, ma'am.
Things, and with the amount of public scrutiny on utility rates right now, higher than I think that I recall, the last few decades.
Yeah.
Going back to this balancing question, will affordability, because of the public outcry, will it force commissioners, or will you feel pressure to give more weight to affordability than the others? And if so, what does that do to to position Indiana for the future?
Sure.
Energy.
Yeah. Thank you, Representative. I would say again, I see it as the scales of justice, only with 5 buckets, and when you put something that weighs too far, the others get affected, right? And so I think that what's happened is, and this is not any dig on current commissioners or current business. I've got friends that still work at the commission today, and I'm very proud of their work, even if I disagree with them in certain areas. I would say that I think there's been a little bit of a tipping of the scale. I wouldn't say intentionally away from affordability, because we've had all these decisions coming before the commission in which they've been approved, that's been raising rates, and honestly, again, they came to the decision based on the evidence and the record that was before them. And I would say that it's important that there's proper evidence and information before commissioners to make the right decision. And that's why I think calling for some more independent information that's entered into the docket outside of what interveners and the petitioner would bring before the commission would be wholly important to help maybe balance some of that. Now, you're right. We've talked about the increase in capital costs. We've talked about the increase in just what generate energy costs. We've got nuclear on the horizon, which is going to take some R&D, some other things that some people are happy about and some are not. And there's going to be a lot of consternation around that. And it's going to be important to take all the data and to say, is this a prudent investment? Is whatever you're bringing before us prudent? And if it throws something out of balance, I don't think the law allows for any one of those items to be thumbed and to make one greater than the other. So I think if we bring it into balance, I think we're going to see, not that we're here to make folks happy, but I think that would really excite the ratepayer to the extent that you could be excited about utilities, but certainly saving money. I think if we bring it back into balance, I think we're going to see that calm down.
Well, how do we know? I mean, what are the metrics to say that every one of the 5 pillars are given equal weight?
I think that's...
I don't know what that looks like.
Sure. Sure. So I think it certainly can be in the eye of the beholder. There may be one commissioner that feels differently about one or the other, and I don't think it obviously is against it because it's not prescriptive, right? It puts these 5 words out there. They have specific meaning under law, but it is up to the commissioners to balance that and to determine, what that means for them. But I believe the law is very clear that they have to be balanced. And I think that's going to help also with the direction that's set before the commission. I mean, the governor's appointing people that are like-minded. He's changing the direction of the commission. That's very clear. That's what he's doing. And so, based on that, we're going to have that. Plus, again, if there's legislation that would come through that would put additional regulation or scrutiny or what have you on any of the 5 pillars or any other prescriptive items, obviously that would come into weight. But it honestly can be in the eye of the beholder, which is the downfall of vague statute. As a legislator, you know that sometimes you put that out there vaguely on purpose to allow an agency to come in and make administrative law and what have you to carry out the statute. But that isn't always going to work, and sometimes the legislature has to come back and rebalance things. And so it certainly is an eye of the beholder. To say that there's a KPI, a buzzword that would say, yeah, we balanced all these, I guess I don't know that it exists, but we certainly are seeing outcry from across the state, and it's not just in Warwick County or Allen County, it's everywhere. We're seeing it all across the state that people are feeling, especially on the electric side, the pressure of increased cost. And the governor has answered the call by calling the way he has called for the commission to set its direction. And so, it's tough to balance. I won't not admit that, but I would do my best to balance those as best as possible. But it starts with, I think, a rebalancing in which I think the ratepayer needs a little bit more attention to get it rebalanced.
You mentioned you would advocate for, within the agency, for a more open dialogue, perhaps, to learn more from more experts about issues. Like I'm assuming you're talking about an investigatory docket or something like that.
So I again, to the best I'm prepared to answer, obviously each intervener and petition in a docketed case presents evidence and testimony, and I'm not sure that there shouldn't be, whether it's a group within the commission, whether it's a third party commissioned by the commission, to bring, what things aren't being considered that should be. Is there research out there we should be talking about? Are there edicts from the federal government that's not being played? Is there something we should be looking at that's not being brought to the table? Because we can only look at what's in front of us by code. If it's not in the evidentiary record, we can't talk about it really. And so should staff or a third party or other experts, whether it's an investigation or whether it's just a standard docket, I'm not sure that maybe there shouldn't be a conversation, and to ensure that it's lawful. And the way I read the statute, I think it is. But again, I'm not a lawyer, so I would certainly lean on somebody to tell me whether I'm right or not. But that there shouldn't be some more independent information that the commission brings to the process through its staff or a third party that it controls.
Obviously, that would happen within the scope of any type of investigatory, like if you're not a rate case,
Right.
You're not talking about normal stuff you would see happening at the IURC.
Yep.
And so when there's an investigatory case, I think it would probably be a rather monumental conversation, because you do get to have those conversations with outside experts. Is that something that you would push for within your scope as commissioner?
It would definitely be a conversation whether I would have the opportunity to be chosen as chairman or not. I think, again, because we're all 5 voices advocating for that, whether it's through the chairman, which would be the appropriate location, which would then talk to the governor and the legislature in order to see whether or not they, 1, have the authority, and 2, if they don't, should they. But it's something that I would certainly advocate for, because I think it's important to have that added to this process.
The reason I'm asking is because obviously we've seen in the past year and a half or so some complex billing issues that a particular IOU has had here in this AS. Anyhow, about 10 years ago, I was on the billing symposium conversation at the IURC, and it was devoted solely to discussing how billing is working for consumers and how it is not.
Sure.
Would you believe that if there was to be an investigatory docket announced, that could be something that we could discuss? For example, how any policy that's held by utilities could be improved to better position the consumer to advocate for themselves. I'm speaking specifically to those entities we heard discuss how they were charged 10 times,
Sure.
for their utility bill and couldn't pay their mortgage, et cetera.
probably one of the weaknesses that I have is, again, knowing the folks at Consumer Affairs, knowing the good work that they do, that it's very important. Not knowing also specifically about the situation you're talking about, but knowing that that has been out there in the past, whether it, I would say that it's important to ensure that, first, that the statute is upheld and that we're doing as much as possible to help consumers in that area, and that if there's something that's not balanced, that we should look into what we need to look into to ensure that it is. But again, I can't speak specifically to that situation, but we never should not have the conversation, even if once I gather the information, I think that, well, maybe we're okay. But I think any of that's worth a conversation because, again, it affects the ratepayer's view, whether they've been overbilled or not, right? They still have the opportunity to do that.
Thank you.
Yes, I was going to go back to nuclear. And some of your previous comments, I mean, we're heading down that road with current policy. I mean, it's basically the commission has very little leeway to say no to an SMR. And as you point out, commission has very little leeway with respect to the customer side of the meter, like efficiency measures, solar, other things that drive down costs to ratepayers and also drive down the cost to the system over time. So we're building all these natural gas plants. A lot of utilities are saying within 10 years, we want to deploy SMR like Duke AEP. And so what do we do? I mean, those plants won't be fully depreciated, and now we're going to add, apparently, all this nuclear capacity on top of that.
Sure.
So how do we achieve? Again, how under these conditions, how do you control utility costs? How do you achieve affordability for people?
Sure. That's tough, and honestly, the part of that's going to be when evidence is before us to, ensure that those are funded and that the investment dollars are being properly leveraged. I think one thing that we can't deny is that regardless of how you view a particular source of energy, that we know that energy demand is skyrocketing in Indiana, and it's going to continue. While yes, data centers are coming to the state, and they've been opposed in a lot of areas, I think at some point they're going to find their way where they want to find, in some way, whether we're going to find their way. And so the balance is, almost that chicken or the egg, and if you build it, they will come. We know that generation needs to increase in the state of Indiana, and so, and nuclear long-term can be much cheaper than what we have today. But also we have to understand that I think a lot of that's going to get tied up in the courts as we try to push this, federally. I think there's going to be a lot of environmental groups that are going to maybe slow that process down, but the commission's got to be ready to answer that question and that call. And so it's going to be, the onus is going to be, are investment dollars being properly leveraged? Are we ensuring that this is going to be a net positive to the ratepayer? And if there are large load customers that's being built for, some of that generation is being built for, are they paying their fair share into the process? And that's going to be everything that's before us as commissioners in that particular case or in that particular situation. And the statute is very clear that SMRs are in some point coming to Indiana. And so that's not the decision that the commission gets to make. It is a decision that the legislature has made. And then, there will have to be investment based on, those utilities deciding to step up and do that. And then we have a statutory responsibility to balance those 5 pillars. And affordability will be at the forefront of everybody's mind, knowing that long term, it should help with energy costs just based on the nature of what SMRs are designed to do and what the state's trying to do with them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Mike, we just have 2 minutes left. Is there anything else you want to add or any questions for us?
I do have one question, but I'll make my finishing statement, then I'll ask that. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I thought this was fun. I'd do 45 more minutes because I enjoy these kind of back and forth conversations. I know it's got to be weird. But I hope to have the opportunity to earn your nomination to the governor and to make my case at the next level. I'm excited for the opportunity and excited for the future of energy in Indiana. I think my only question might be is there a timetable in which, I know obviously Chairman Houston is retiring early January, which if there's not people in by then, we'll lose a quorum of the commission. And so is there a time frame on when you'll make your decision and where it goes next with the governor's office?
Yes, we'll make our recommendations to the governor Thursday afternoon. We'll have our 9 names that will be ready to
This Thursday?
This Thursday.
Excellent.
At the end of the interviews this week.
Okay. And we'll just watch it online, or how will that be distributed?
Correct. We'll be making that, yep.
Wonderful.
Go ahead, Par.
Yeah, candidates can watch online, and then they'll get a follow-up email from either me or somebody else helping staff the committee with more details.
I just wanted to ask so you had the opportunity to say something on the record. Thanks, Par. Appreciate it. Thank you all so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
Sounds about right. absolutely. And usually I don't look at this view. I'm usually in the back looking up front. So it's, now I know what they're talking about being in the hot seat here, you know, it's.
Good afternoon. Mr. Lewis, welcome. I'm Susie Jaworowski, Secretary of Energy and Natural Resources for the state of Indiana. This is the IURC Nominating Committee here. We welcome you to this interview, and we thank you for making the application for becoming an IURC commissioner. We will start with each of the member of the committee introducing themselves, and then we'd like you to introduce yourself. Tell us anything you'd like to share about your career, your background, why you're here, and then we'll get started with our question.
Great.
How's that sound? Okay?
Jim Merritt.
Darlene Sherman.
Good afternoon, Lindsay Hake.
Grant Smith.
Hey, Rachel Hazare.
Hey, Chris. Corey Cochran.
Parvane Stover, committee staff.
Tell us about yourself, Mr. Lewis.
My name's Chris Lewis. I'm a lifetime resident of Indiana. Grew up on the south side. Went to Ball State University. First job out of school, worked for a liquor distributing company. And before I took that position, I had interviewed with the IURC through found the position through the Ball State job portal of all places. Had no clue what utility regulation was and didn't get the job. And luckily, evidently I must have made a pretty good impression because about, 8 months later, I got a call back saying that somebody had left and they were, interested in interviewing me again. So 2000, I started my career here at the IURC. And 25 years later, I'm still here. I hold a background in accounting and finance from Ball State, and then received a master's degree from Indiana Wesleyan in management. I'm a firm believer in servant leadership, and I feel like being able to work in a public servant role like this allows me to give back to the state and trying to help citizens better their lives through utility regulation.
Thank you. That does answer the first question that we were going to ask, so really appreciate that. So what motivates you, beyond what you talked about giving back to the state, but in terms of taking that step from being an employee at the commission to wanting to be a commissioner? Talk to us about that motivation and what you hope to accomplish.
Well, like I said, I'm a servant leader, and I've been here 25 years. I feel like I've got a wealth of technical experience that I think would be vital in a commissioner position like this. I've started off at the bottom, and I've worked my way up. I've held every position here every position at the IRC. I've worked in consumer affairs. I've worked in the water division. I do gas. I do energy. So I've got a good feel for what the issues are in all the industries here.
Thank you. Corey?
Hey, Chris. Kind of just looking over the resume here, and this is not a critique at all. It seems very kind of to the point, and that's okay. My question is in relation to communicating, whether it's an opinion, a decision, or transparency from the IURC. So can you just talk through your communication style and how you would represent the IURC as a commissioner to the public interest?
The IURC is responsible for producing one thing, and that's the orders. And so I think it's very important that these orders be very transparent, and the general person can read it and understand what it's saying. Early in my career, Commissioner Hadley, we had a really good discussion on order construction. And he made the point that if he's not able to connect the dots in what we're saying, then how do you expect the public to be able to understand what we're trying to explain here? So I feel like when we're issuing our orders and we're telling the public what we've done, it needs to be very clear, concise, and it can be explained in a way that everybody understands it. And I think, having this technical experience, I'm able to, when needed, I can make those interjections and trying to help explain things in a certain way that everybody can understand it. So.
Chris, thanks for your perspective. Obviously, having been in the office for 25 years, you have a wealth of experience and knowledge that you're bringing, today. One of my questions for you is, based on your experience, do you think the IURC has the authority that it needs to be able to properly regulate the state's utility sector?
Oh, absolutely. There are times where there are statutes in place that do limit our ability to execute our regulatory duties like we would like to. Ultimately, the IURC is a creature of statute. It's a policy taker. It's not a policy maker. And so I think that's very important.
Could you give us an example personally how you have seen that work against any perhaps completeness, if you will, of any either testimony that that you saw or any experience that you had within the agency where that limited you specifically?
I think where we see it at is when we have the tracker mechanisms in place. And there's a few of them in place that I feel like when they come in, as long as they check certain boxes, we have to give them what they're asking for. And sometimes staff may not completely agree with what they're asking for, and we might be able to find things that we don't agree with, but based on the language of the statute, our hands are tied. So I think from that perspective, that's how it kind of limits our ability to ensure we're doing our regulatory duties.
Yeah. Follow up on that. You talk about that you might not be able to consider a beneficial ratepayer alternative because of these restrictions. You have examples of things that would benefit ratepayers that you can't do because of statute?
Things we can't do that still results in the...
You wrote, it's important for a commissioner to understand they may not be able to consider a beneficial ratepayer alternative because the statute grants utilities request at face value.
Yes. Like these T-discs, they're some of them are billion-dollar plans. And, an investment like that results in a considerable rate increase. And let's say we wanted to try and limit that amount that's being invested. Well, by statute, we can't do that. And if we had the ability to maybe, lessen the blow on ratepayers based on that investment, we don't have that ability.
So in terms of the 5 pillars, are you able to, these restrictions, are they restricting the ability to create affordable bills for people? We just talked, just to give you a context, we talked with the last applicant. He said, well, the commission has little leeway with the customer side of the meter, like for energy efficiency. We once had a statewide energy efficiency program. We had net metering. We don't have it. So can we, under current statute, are affordable bills achievable?
Well, I think the way we've talked about the 5 pillars, they've all got to be considered as a whole. You know, one pillar doesn't trump the other. So when you're trying to determine what's affordable, it's tough to say what's affordable for you is not affordable for them. And when we're making these decisions based on the 5 pillars, we have to see how these all work together in achieving the goal that we're trying to get to, and that's safe, reliable service at just and reasonable rates. So the 5 pillars are good, but they leave it open to a lot of interpretation, I feel like.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for being here and taking the time. This is a very important role that we're seeking the correct person or persons for. Secretary Jaworowski and I have talked a lot about the grid, and in your SWOT statement, you talk about it being a weakness but also an opportunity. How do you, can you kind of fill in the committee of where you were going with that and how you think we can use it as an opportunity of improving it?
Well, with the ability of smart meters, you know, consumers are able to manage their usage a lot better. Excuse me. I think utilities are able to communicate better what the consumer's doing and how that's affecting their bill. When you're looking at infrastructure type things, we need to ensure that they're prudent investments, because if they're prudent investments, they're going to result in just and reasonable rates, I feel like. And if we end up over-investing in the grid, it potentially results in rates that are higher than what they should be.
Do you believe a prudent rate is something that a consumer would understand? Prudent?
No, I don't think so. Unfortunately, I don't think the average citizen understands how utility rate making works. Typically, they just see what the utility's profits are, and then they assume that they're gouging us. I think if there was a better education on exactly how that kilowatt rate was derived, that would help the cause. And I think we could probably do that, like I said, through our orders, explaining how we got from point A to point B and connecting those dots for them.
Do you believe 30 to 40% of a household income towards its energy bills is prudent?
I would say that's an area of concern. However, safe and reliable service comes with a cost, and it's tough to put a price on safety. When the power goes out due to a storm, there's a reliability expectation that the lights are going to be turned back on, the power's going to be back on fairly quickly. So I think the reason ratepayers' bills are 30 to 40% of their total household income is just based on the change in rate making over the years. When I first started here, rates were based on a historical test year, and utility would make their investment, they'd come in, get cost recovery, and then ratepayers kind of they knew where their bill was going to be for the next maybe 3 or 4 years because the utility would make that next phase of capital investments. We had the alternative regulatory plan statute come in place, and that kind of opened the door for trackers to be established. So that little bit of stability you had now changed, because now you're seeing quarterly, semi-annual, annual bill increases based on these trackers. So, and then, now we're into the future test year rate making. And that's got its own set of issues with it that, have an impact on rates. So it's, right now, it's kind of the perfect storm of where everything's coming together, and it's creating an affordability issue.
The reason I ask is because I think we all feel pressure from the governor, who has stated so publicly that he's looking for to put some guardrails up on when it comes to the affordability issue. Thank you for the answer.
Yep.
I'd like to follow up on that thought a little bit and ask, do you feel that commissioners should be comfortable talking to the legislature and making recommendations about how to better achieve affordability or reliability, or how to better achieve goals that would be in the best interest of Hoosiers?
I would say no. I feel like commissioners are responsible for enforcing the statutes that are presented to us. I think we need to have a separation of lobbying and what our responsibility is. Excuse me. We are responsible for trying to make balanced decisions, and ultimately, when we make those decisions, sometimes it's not going to appease everybody. Trying to lobby certain legislation in order to trying to address affordability, I think that may open up a can of worms for the IURC that we may not want to try and deal with.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please. Well, I'm just going to ask the question a little bit differently about the 5 pillars. If the statute was changed to say that we're going to have a system, a reliable, resilient, stable, and environmentally sustainable system at a price that Hoosiers can afford, how would the IURC,
well, now I am speaking on my own behalf here. And with the 5 pillars, affordability is the biggest thing, because there is no definition of what affordability is. You can define environmental sustainability. You can define resiliency. You can define reliability. You can define sustainability, but you can't define affordability. And I think that would really help is if we had some parameters on what affordable truly is. Because like I said before, what may be affordable to one person may not be affordable to another person. And however, we do have that segment of low-income customers. And I feel like that's what the rates are really impacting right now, are those low-income customers. So I think that's something we need to look at in seeing how we can address that rate class in making rates that doesn't consume 30 to 40% of their household income.
This commission is getting ready to have a major change, right, with 3 new commissioners on there. So I'm interested in your perspective about what qualities or attributes you would like to see on fellow commissioners if you were named.
Well, as a commissioner, it's you've got a big responsibility. Ultimately, you're the one that's signing off on these decisions. And I think it's important for a commissioner to have an understanding of what the regulatory climate is, a good understanding of how rates are derived. They need to be able to communicate with their fellow commissioners, staff. And you have to have a good understanding of what we've done in the past, because the precedent that some of these prior cases that we rule on do have an impact on future cases. So a commissioner needs to be pretty well-rounded, I feel like, in various topics and expertises associated with this position.
Mr. Lewis, do you follow what other regulatory bodies around the country do, what other utility regulatory commissions do around the country?
Not really.
Okay.
You know, I might get an email here or there that, you know, says something what West Virginia's done, but I don't make it a point to sit there and track every little thing that.
Well, I was going to ask, and if you don't have an answer for this, please, it's okay. But my question was, along the lines, you can't really go back, you cannot go back and change what's already been done. And it's very hard to change, even right now, there's a lot of pressure on affordability and changing what's the whole energy environment from the last 20 years, where our demand has been flat and we operated based on what we needed to do in that environment, worked very well in that environment. So we can change what we're doing moving forward. I was going to say, is there anything that you're seeing that can be done that can really focus on affordability and reliability at the same time? I mean, that's quite a trick, to be able to keep things affordable, but then also increase generation, demand, transmission, distribution. I mean, it's a massive challenge. And I know you're the regulator, not the policymaker, but there are things that regulators can allow or not allow from utilities that would impact those things. So I wondered if you had a perspective on that. Things like performance-based rate making or time of use rates or things like that.
I'm not going to go in that area, but when I get the rate case numbers and I'm looking at revenues, expenses, the request for the increase that they need, that's based off the rate base amount and their capital structure. And a lot of these utilities have several tracking mechanisms in place. And ultimately, these mechanisms reduce risk. However, I don't think the cost of equity truly reflects that risk reduction. And this is something that's probably everybody throughout the country is doing, but it doesn't appear the cost of equity reflects that. So when a utility comes in, they're using a proxy group to try and define what their proposed cost of equity should be. In my opinion, those trackers need to be accounted for in that cost of equity that we approve. If you were to do that, then you are then reducing the cost of equity, which reduces the weighted average cost of capital, which then lowers the net operating income that needs to be earned by the utility. This is I feel like this is probably out there in the rate-making world that we don't do this. But I think it's come to a point in time where we need to look at that. Some utilities, I think right now, the highest number of trackers one utility has is 10. And that's not to say that they couldn't ask for some more. And each one of these trackers has a bill component to it, whether it be $1, $5, $10, it all adds up. And so I think looking at that aspect of rate making is something we need to explore a little further.
Thank you very much.
You worked in the water division, is that what you said?
Correct.
And are you seeing the same stress from water bills as electricity bills, or similar?
Yes. You know, early 2000s, it was the gas, water, sewer division here at the commission. And back then, your water bill would, or let's start over, your sewer bill would probably be about half the cost of your water bill. Now that's reversed. Your sewer bill now costs more than your water bill. So I think that's, you know, we're here talking about energy today, but I think the water industry has got its own issues as well. And, you know, with these data centers coming online, they're going to be large users of water as well. And so we haven't really talked about how is that going to impact water rates. So it's definitely an area of concern I think we need to be looking at as well.
Is your main concern low-income folks, like on the electric side?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Would there be similar, in your mind, similar remedies in terms of like a low-income rate or whatever? Like, in other states, what they use, like percentage of income payment they use in Ohio still, I think. Things of that nature, or what do you think should be done?
I think it's something that needs to be considered. I know we've had previous rate cases before the IURC where they've, you know, tried, the CAC has tried to get something like that in place, and there's always been pushback for it. But I think the time has come that we need to all come together and look at how we can create a low-income rate that would benefit that rate class.
I had another question there. So the trackers reduce the utility risk. They shift risk to the ratepayer.
Yep.
Construction work in progress does the same thing. In terms of construction work in progress, I mean, we're talking about all of the above, right? The governor, et cetera, the state policy. But doesn't construction work in progress provide favoritism to certain technologies than others, or certain investment patterns than others? Like I would say, energy efficiency is our cheapest energy resource, but we don't have a huge focus on it. We do have a huge focus on CWIP for natural gas plants, coal, nuclear in the future at this point. So do you see the same issues arising from CWIP as you do from trackers?
Yes. They both kind of have the same effect that they're recovering costs sooner than what they normally would. They're recovering those costs outside of the normal context of a rate case. So, you know, when statute allows a particular project to have CWIP rate-making ability, you know, they're now getting a return on, or they're getting cost recovery on an asset that isn't truly used and useful yet. And, you know, back in the old days, used and useful, fixed, known, and measurable, those were the key buzzwords when you're conducting rate making. And
does that so used and useful, would that make the utility more discerning on what it's investing in?
I think so. I mean, if you're not going to get immediate cost recovery, and you're looking at a $100 million type project, and it's going to take you 5 years before you come in for a rate case, that's quite the sum of money you've got to finance until you can get cost recovery on that.
Because stockholders would be at
right. And you know, with these trackers in place, they're now getting 80% cost recovery, deferring 20% with carrying costs, and then getting full recovery when it comes time for the rate case.
So, all things being equal, the best approach would be a used and useful standard, in your opinion, or does it appear to be?
Yes, I'm old school. I think used and useful should be a standard. However, you know, statute has, you know, kind of taken us away from that, and we now operate under new standards.
Right.
And so, based on when the utilities come in for rate cases and stuff, we are now, based on the evidence of record, trying to produce a decision that balances all the interests and produces an outcome that is just and reasonable.
So just and reasonable, then a just and reasonable rate is kind of defined within the context of what's the best we can do within the context of the statute. That's the definition of a just and reasonable rate, right? So that doesn't mean it's affordable. It just means this is the best we can do under the current statute.
Based on the evidence that we've received.
And the current, current law.
Correct.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yep.
I know we only have a few minutes left, so I will make this brief, but I've asked everyone, so I will ask you as well. Oh, do we? Okay. Forgive me.
Bunch of time then.
I've asked everyone. I'm curious, especially obviously you do the work. You know how much is happening behind these four walls and how
And the
much.
four walls and upstairs as
Yes,
well.
exactly. And so I'm curious, given the trend towards leaner government, how you would advocate with the governor's office for a robust staffing level here and at the OUCC?
When you look at other state commissions throughout the country, we are probably one of the smaller commissions in the country. Before the governor asked us to do more with less, we were already doing more with less. All of our divisions are down a couple people, and the filings don't stop coming in. So would it be nice to have more staff? Absolutely. But, the staff of the IRC does more with less, and we're able to meet our deadlines and provide the expertise and knowledge to the commissioners in order for them to make decisions that are, just and reasonable and in the public's interest. Yeah.
So, Mr. Lewis, you've been here for 25 years at the commission. You've seen a lot of commissioners come and go. You mentioned Commissioner Hadley, and I'm curious, what do you think it takes to make a really great commissioner? Because I know that the governor and myself, we want to see our utility commissioners be the best in the country, and that is an absolute goal. And we want to see the commission be a strong place. And Lindsay's question about staffing and having adequate staff is a serious one that I share in also. So my question is about what makes a great commissioner, what makes a great commission, and what recommendations do you have there?
I think a good commissioner, when they're given a case to review, they're going to involve themselves to know what exactly is going on in the case. What are the issues? How is this going to affect ratepayers? And what's in this environment, what's the public perception going to be? And I think as a commissioner, the ability to work with commission staff and getting a thorough analytical review of the proceeding in front of them, and being able to ask them any kind of follow-up questions or concerns that you have in order for you to be fully engaged and have a complete understanding of what we're looking at here. We've got a staff of roughly 75 people, and all of them are experts in the area that they serve. And I think that's probably a good characteristic of a solid commission. And with the staff that we have here, we are one of the better commissions in the country. And I think any new commissioner that comes in, whether it's me or any of the other candidates, they're going to be surprised at how much the staff understands the issues and how quickly they will be able to get up to speed on what the topics, issues, and, orders that they're going to have to be signing off on day one when they hop on the job.
Thank you. You mentioned public perception. Tell me, how important is that? Why is that important? I was kind of surprised that that's one of the first things that you said.
Well, typically it wasn't an issue, but in this day and age of social media, it just seems like anything anybody ever does, it's out into the public, and it gets everybody worked up. So I feel like right now, when you're looking at new generation projects that are, billions of dollars, rate increases that, raise customers' bill, several dollars, percentage points, I think we have to be cognizant of what public perception is. But I don't think that should be a point that we are incorporating into our orders. The orders should be based off of, like I said, the evidence of record and any applicable statutes that should allow us to provide a balanced decision.
Thank you. So I'll read back to you what I'm hearing then. Cognizant, but it doesn't have anything to do necessarily with the order, but being cognizant of it. Okay, thank you for that. Anything else? So I also want to be able to read back what I'm hearing and kind of what I'm gathering in general about what we should be looking for in a commissioner and what I'm gathering, and I'd like for you to add or edit what I'm hearing and what I'm kind of thinking about here. And also, anybody on the commission, if we can jump in and think about this. So I think what we'd be looking for in commissioners are things like really smart people who are inquisitive, will keep looking for answers, asking questions, not just smart but wise, and people who have thick skin and that they can make sometimes unpopular decisions. Also people who can be very collaborative and open-minded, willing to change their minds, listening to a lot of different constituencies. Is there anything I'm missing? Does anybody in this room have anything to add to that? Do you have anything to add to that? Or is there anything you disagree with there?
No, I think that sounds about right. Currently I'm on the Perry Township School Board. I'm also on the C9 board, and in my time in those positions, I've had to make difficult decisions like that, and they weren't public, or they weren't decisions that everybody agreed with. And believe me, I've heard it at the basketball games, the baseball games, and you do have to have thick skin. But you just need to know that the decision you made, you thought was in the best interest of the public. And if you can live with that, then I think you're doing all right.
Congrats making it 3 years on school board.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we have 7 minutes left. Any other questions here? Anybody else? Okay. Mr. Lewis, is there anything else you'd like to share with us before we wrap up?
We talked about, or in the potential questions, there was a question in there about generation. Mm-hmm. And that's the big topic right now. New generation's not cheap. And there's not enough out there. And we're going to need it, and you can't just flip a switch and it's there. So we really have to consider the cost and what is it ultimately going to bring when it's there. So we have coal units that are old. They need a lot of maintenance. And I think we need to still look at coal, but there's also wind, solar. I think the SMR technology is something that could be a complete game changer. However, I think we do need a lot more information on how that technology works But I think that may be the saving grace in the future. You know, these combined cycle units are going to require natural gas. Well, the natural gas pipelines are full. So if there's no natural gas, how are we going to get the fuel there? So we're going to have to look at, do we need more pipelines? Do we need more storage fields? And once again, those type of things just don't happen overnight as well. So we're coming on a perfect storm here, I think. And I think we have to have all options open. Very interesting times. And I keep telling, like when I have to train new staff, I was like, you know, what you're learning today is going to change tomorrow. And I think, honestly, that is one of the great things about working at the URC utility regulation is you're constantly learning. There's never a dull moment. So I really believe that's why I've been here 25 years and why I want to be the next commissioner of the IURC. So I would just like to conclude by saying thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak before you. It's a complete honor. I would like to say, you know, thank you to Mike Gallagher. He took a chance on me 25 years ago, and I will be in debt to him till the day I die. I want to say thank you to Jane Steinhauer. She's one of the best out there, and I call her my mentor. I mean, to be able to work with her, it's a true privilege. I'd just like to say thank you to all the staff at the commission. It's a great group of people. So, like I said, thank you for the opportunity today, and hopefully you will consider me for this position.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Have a good day.
You too. Hey, good afternoon. My name is Suzanne Jaworowski. I'm Secretary of Energy and Natural Resources here in the state of Indiana. This is an interview for Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission with Mr. Robert Lugar. Welcome, Mr. Lugar. We're glad you're here this afternoon. This is the nominating committee, and we'll go ahead and introduce ourselves.
I'm Jim Merritt.
Darlene Sherman.
Good afternoon, Lindsay Hake.
Grant Smith.
Rachel Hazaray.
Corey Cochran.
Parvane Stover, committee staff.
If you would introduce yourself, Mr. Lugar.
Oh, here we go. Now it is. Sorry about that. Would you like me to go ahead and just start from the beginning? Would that be good? Okay. I think for the benefit of everybody, I'll just start from the beginning. If that's okay. All right. Sorry about that, everybody who's tuned in. I apologize. Getting back to my introduction, is I pretty much have looked at why I applied for this position. And the main reason I applied is because it's an exciting time in utilities and what's going on in the utility world. Obviously, the advent of artificial intelligence is changing the game in a lot of ways, but certainly is changing the game in energy supply and demand, and also just overall water usage, other things that enter into all the things that go into these large hyperscale artificial intelligence data centers. So I think that's really super exciting. I always kind of start off, in talking about finite supply. And so when you look at water, 3% of the Earth's water is fresh. Only about 0.5% is actually suitable for human consumption. And so, you know, you have the water side, you have certainly the energy side of data centers. And so you have a lot of folks, a lot of citizens, a lot of groups who are very concerned about these demands and what that means to their utility bills, what that means to their way of living, where these centers will be located. You know, so there's just a lot that goes into that. I think it's a very exciting time. That's really why I applied. Getting back to my general background, worked for the state of Indiana for IDEM, Indiana Department of Environmental Management, for 9 years. I've managed regional operations for IDEM. And I've also been involved in pretty much all, have my hand in almost all the major process improvements at IDEM over the past 9 years. So I've been very excited to do that for 3 separate commissioners and have enjoyed that very much. I have talked to Commissioner Clint Woods about my candidacy for this position, and he is supportive and excited that I've applied, and so that was really important to me that he felt that way. And so we had lots of good conversations, but really there's lots of different relationships that are important in all this. You know, there's a need for obviously energy, power, utilities, and those demands. And there's also the balance of making sure that citizens are protected to where they're also feeling that they're not bearing the financial brunt of these sorts of developments. And so, you know, it's kind of really trying to understand all sides of utility regulation, understanding laws and statutes that apply, and really just trying to make absolutely sure that we include the citizens of Indiana in these discussions, and that we also do it in a way that they can understand, where we might have to slow down, maybe explain technical terms a little bit better, really give folks, I think, you know, the most information that we can give them. They may not always probably be happy with some of the decisions and outcomes, but, you know, we should be definitely making sure that they completely understand and are involved and have a voice in these processes. I worked for the Indianapolis Water Company previously for 10 years, ran operations, utility operations for the Indianapolis Water Company. I also built a sewer utility from the ground up in McCordsville, Indiana. I was very happy to be a part of that. It was a community that wasn't growing, of course, because they didn't have utility infrastructure in place. And so there again, you know, you have to explain to the citizens pretty much what you're doing. Nobody's going to be happy that they're getting a utility bill, probably, of any sort. But I think if you explain it to people that without the utilities and without those services, you have no catalyst for growth. You know, it just pretty much remains you know, agricultural land, or remains in its current state, fairly stagnant. So I was glad to be a part of that. And then, of course, the town board didn't tell me that they were not going to hire somebody to run the wastewater utility there. So I became licensed with IDEM, and I currently hold Class 2 municipal and Class B industrial licenses with IDEM. And I actually ran the plan after I built it. So all very, very exciting. And at the time I became a town manager, I felt like I really made a difference there in providing what was needed for that town to grow. And it's turned into a very nice town if you've driven out that way. Also wanted to mention I've served on the Indianapolis Board of Zoning Appeals as vice president, as a vice chairman for 6 years, and so I'm really very familiar with public adjudication processes and how they're legally binding. Of course, petitioners and remonstrators and staff who, guide those discussions. But ultimately, the decision's made by a 5-member board of how a particular variance is going to be considered or not. So I've really enjoyed that for sure. As far as it goes, I'm just excited about this opportunity. I'm excited to hear what your questions are, and just really am thankful for the opportunity to talk to you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lugar. Well, I'll go ahead and get things started. What do you see as some of the most important qualities for someone who's serving on a public regulatory commission?
Well, integrity, of course, is probably the most important quality. I think integrity is really the basis of trust. It's where people either think you have integrity and trust you, or they don't, and they don't trust you, and it just makes things so much more difficult when the integrity piece is not there. And it's really understanding those really delicate balances, of what people expect out of public servants. And I try to live my life kind of on the notion that, I want to be treated the same way by people as I treat people, and I want to make sure that when people don't understand things, that I go out of my way exhaustively to make sure people understand, especially complex things like energy and environmental things. I mean, we talk in big acronyms, and we have, lots of policies and lots of statutes, and at the end of the day, folks want to know where they stand in all of that, and it's up to us. We have that obligation to explain that thoroughly, regardless of the outcome. So I think integrity is the key.
Thank you very much.
I'm interested, you've obviously been in public service for a long time, and you, I'm sure, have come across some issues that were subject to public scrutiny. So I wonder if you could walk us through a situation where you've had to make a decision that was subject to public scrutiny, and what you learned from that experience.
Yeah, probably most of the decisions that, come under public scrutiny, at least from where I've been at IDEM, is really just been involved in a couple of large enforcement cases with the steel mills, and, the public obviously was very upset about, quite a few episodes or incidents that happen with those mills. And so there was kind of an outcry for some things to be done to bring them to continuous compliance. And obviously the steel mills were not probably real happy with my presence and my involvement in those cases, because they involve wastewater, which I know a lot about. And I was involved in all the joint inspections with the EPA at both of those facilities. And so you have the public who is, pretty upset about some environmental incidents that occurred at both. And you really have to try and find a way to convince the steel mills that they need to do things different to be in continuous compliance. And so there's the fight right there, over, industries who obviously employ people and want to make money and want to be prosperous as a business. And citizens who live in the area who are, not completely happy about what's going on there. The good part is after talking to both of them, I think I was able to reason with the leadership of both of the steel mills involved, pretty much put them on notice that some things had to change. And so we really negotiated a very good federal consent decree with one of them, which pretty much required them to get an outside engineer to actually study their facilities and the deficiencies of their facilities. And so we didn't leave it to the steel mills to do that. We took that to independent engineer. Obviously, because they're putting their engineering stamp on that, they're, going to make absolutely sure that what they're recommending is probably going to solve some of the issues that they were having. And then we did an agreed order with the other one, did the same thing, had lots of discussions, but at the end of the day, we have two of the largest steel mills in the state who are in continuous compliance now, which I think that's what the citizens want, and that should be what they want. They can go down the road and conduct their business and do the things they need to do to be profitable in the marketplace. And the citizens are also satisfied that the continuous compliance aspect is there.
I'll kind of
And then Grant, Corey, and then Grant.
Yeah, I'll kind of piggyback on that. I appreciate that and sharing that example. So with this role, we've heard a lot today kind of about balancing that reliability, but also affordability. And so based on your previous example, if you find yourself as a commissioner, are you able to see kind of the other side of that where we have to take into consideration the utilities needs and their rate increase request? So just maybe talk a little bit about kind of being on the opposite side of that. And obviously, we all want to keep the rates as low as possible, affordable, but maybe just the flip side of your example, do you see yourself in the future being able to be kind of that both sides, making sure that you see both sides?
Sure. Well, the thing is that we all kind of take for granted the amenities we have in the United States, where we have pretty much great power, great water, drinkable water. We have reliable sources of gas. We have pretty good power grids. We have all these things where we know in the morning when we wake up and flip a switch, the light's going to come on, or when we take a shower, use a restroom or whatever, and we flush the toilet, we know it's going somewhere. And so these are all things that we take for granted, I think. And so there's a cost to do that. There's a cost for utilities to be able to provide those services and that reliability. And so you see that as being one where utilities should be able to very clearly demonstrate exactly what their expenses are, their operational expenses are, and they should also be able to explain kind of where they're going in the future. And if they're doing those things, then the public is, they're a tough bunch too. They see that, and they see their utility bills. That's something that comes out of their pocket all the time. So they also see, I think, especially now with AI and other things, where they're saying, "Hey, wait, hold on a minute. I'm a residential user, so my power is like measured in kilowatt hours. And we're talking a data center now that's going to potentially be, well, it's projected on the one up north to be a 2.5 gigawatt deal. And they're thinking, oh my gosh, I'm like the small fry in this thing, but we need it, right? I mean, we need that amenity, and so the balance really is figuring out what's fair for everybody, kind of what that middle ground is on where you're going in the future, and then also where you are now, and then being able to clearly explain that gap. And so I think that probably when I look at this whole arrangement we have in front of us with AI and other things, I think some people are clearly very concerned about it, as we found out from recent data center. Folks trying to, put them, I think, maybe not in the right area, or maybe they are in the right area, but, folks are just, they don't have enough information about it. And I think that's really why you're seeing the remonstrance that you're seeing to the data centers. Is I don't think that the providers are really clearly explaining the power usage or the water usage side. The communications, I just don't think is really there, and so you're going to have this conflict. You're going to have folks who are not going to be for these. But at the end of the day, getting back to what I started with, is that these utilities are amenities that we just can't live without. So that's your balance right there.
We've focused mainly on energy today. I was going to ask you about, is it okay to ask you about water availability, that kind of thing?
Sure.
So our state water policy in terms of availability appears to be shifting water around where it's needed. And I don't know if you ran into water availability problems in McCordsville, or they're concerned about that, but you've had, like with the original LEAP project proposal, 100 million gallons a day out of the Wabash. Purdue hydrologists were going, that's not going to work. People were not happy. You had pipeline that would have cost $2 billion or something like that. They had no idea where they were going to put the wastewater, which would be voluminous. You have issues like even in New Carlisle, where the data center pumped out the groundwater and impacted people's wells. So in your mind, how do we sustain water availability for folks, particularly in areas where they're on wells and you have, huge economic development projects that are very water intensive, or you have a river like the Wabash that fluctuates significantly from season to season, and you might have sufficient water for where you're sending it one season, but maybe not the next. How do we deal with balancing economic development with providing water ensuring that folks have water availability?
Yeah, that's a great question. You've seen, I'm sure, historically in the past, that most large water users seem to locate themselves around large water sources. So, getting back to the steel mills and the other folks in Northwest Indiana, well, guess what? That's why they're located where they're located, because the water is there abundantly. McCordsville didn't have that problem because we're pretty much in the Geist Aquifer. So pretty much anywhere in that area, you could probably dig a hole with a shovel and probably, have water in fairly shallow wells. You have other people that live in areas with glacial till and other stuff where the water just simply isn't there, period. And so you have to, first part of the water balance really is just actually looking at where the water is. And by that I mean your freshwater sources, where they are. You mentioned rivers. There are rivers that are navigable all the time. There are other rivers that dry up during drought periods. So you obviously have to use drought history as part of that equation in figuring where that water is or when that water may not be there, because obviously if there are times that it's not, it's going to have to be supplemented from somewhere else, a pipeline. You know, a lot of major industries impound water on their property. It may not be potable water, but it's water that can be recirculated and used. And so you have that first part of the balance, which is just really where is the water at? Where is it at in abundance? And then the other part is where the water is not at. And so in those places, you probably shouldn't be considering data centers or microchip processing, other things that require that kind of water.
Well, Boone County is one of those.
Yeah,
We're going to be
exactly.
shipping 30 million gallons a day up there, probably.
Right. Yep. So I think when you look at water balances, though, too, you know, there are ways, you know, that you can get around places that don't have an abundance of water. But if you're going to talk about like a pipeline from the Wabash or anywhere else, it goes right back to what I said before. You have to basically engage the public early, and you know, so they understand what you're trying to do. Sure, it's a huge economic development benefit to, you know, be able to process microchips in Indiana. Absolutely. All right, but if you have half the citizens of the state fighting you over where you're going to get the water, you kind of miss the boat a little bit as far as, you know, where you actually try to locate that particular type of business. So I think some of it's common sense. The other part of it is I worked for in Severn Trent Environmental, my past company that I worked for. I ran powerhouses and at General Motors and Coca-Cola of America and other places, and they always basically pretty much had a way of figuring out how to reuse water or how to impound water sufficiently on their property to be able to provide cooling functions, and certainly in powerhouses, you know, we had to refine water to a great degree, obviously, to produce steam, to produce energy and compress air, other stuff. But at the end of the day, there are other ways to do it. Closed loop systems, you know, pretty much allow you to impound a lot of water, use a lot of water. You have to treat it a little bit, and then you're going to have some reject water, which, you know, pretty much can be handled. So, you know, so have we really talked to data centers and other large industries? I think there's lessons data centers can learn from other large industries, cooling towers, closed loop systems. There's other ways to accomplish the whole cooling aspect and water usage. The reason probably they don't want to do it is because it requires additional work and additional capital. Okay, so it's a lot easier just to buy potable water, but then you have to ask yourself, do you want to use, you know, 50 million gallons of purified drinking water to cool? I mean, that's not, I think, environmentally responsible. So there's ways and there's alternatives, and, you know, in the cooling or you know, in the case of high energy usage, I mean, that's what we've learned through pollution prevention, too, is, you know, everybody finds a way to do what they're doing and do it affordably, but it's a lot easier if that way doesn't really involve a lot of work on their part.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Lugar, right now, a lot of Hoosiers are struggling with high utility bills, and really it's across the country. I mean, it's been coming for some years. How do you balance the utility's obligation to provide safe and reliable service with the requirement that rates be just and reasonable? As a utility commissioner, that's part of the responsibility. So how would you approach that balance?
Well, it all goes back to the ability of the utility to adequately explain to the public what they're doing and why it's necessary. It also takes people in the IURC and Utility Consumer Council or other areas. There's a whole bunch of folks who are involved in utility rate making. But at the end of the day, it goes back really to communication. It goes back to a utility saying, okay, this is where we're at. These are our operating expenses. This is what it takes just to keep the lights on or to keep the water running. And then you have to also be able to explain pretty much, and I think we've done a pretty good job in recent legislation of that too, by the way, where you're pretty much requiring 80% of those improvements are going to be borne by the utility. So I think legislatively, the state of Indiana has looked at that and has tried to a great degree to assure rate payers that they are not going to be unreasonably burdened by these improvements and expenses. And then on the citizen side, I really think that, and I found this to be very true when I was doing adjudicating zoning appeals cases. I think that a lot of times citizens just really wanted to truly understand the impact. They truly wanted to just be able to get their arms around, what it is, where it's not a mystery. And I think that's the reason a lot of the recent failures have occurred with the data centers, because citizens believe that almost all this is done in secrecy behind closed doors, where there's deals that are struck, and they have no say in that. Where if data center developers or whoever were explaining up front, okay, hey, if we're going to locate in your area, we're going to provide some buffering from our facility. Okay, it's just crazy to me to think that anybody would not expect to not have their quality of life disrupted by something coming online. Okay, so explain to people what you're going to do for them in the way of buffering or the way of noise reduction. What is that? What are you going to do in the way of water usage? What accommodations are you going to make on your property to alleviate or mitigate that water usage, that high water usage? And then I think at the end, though, it just comes down to being able to hear all sides and make sure all sides understand exactly what it is you're looking to do. And almost always on the citizen side, it's because we just talk right over them. We talk in technical terms. You have to break it down for people so they really can truly understand what you're doing and what the impact is. And then, quite frankly, what it's going to do to their quality of life and what you're going to do about that.
Thank you very much.
I know you deal mostly with water on the water side, but on the energy side, do you think the IURC has the sufficient authority under the current Indiana statute to do what needs to be done to meet the needs of the future? And if not, do you have a wish list of things that you wish they would address?
Yeah. Well, first of all, the way I understand it is that folks that are under the authority of the IURC are mainly for-profit companies, and the ones that can opt out are obviously municipal operations or REMCs. So those operations, municipalities have local government officials who more or less make those decisions. So, you want to, I think, have some autonomy in decision-making on rates. And so, most municipalities have public works boards and other advisory committees that pretty much advise the full board or council or commissioners or whatever on the need for rate increases. So I think that, the ones that the IURC should be worried about are obviously the for-profit companies. And as you've seen, there's a deal on the table for AES right now, right, where you have a larger provider who's, looking to buy that. And so, the whole for-profit thing is one where that should be under the regulation of the IURC. REMCs are kind of the same way, right? They have boards and folks that look at their rates. It would really be, to me, I think the way it's structured is fair, but that's really not my decision. My decision it would be to follow whatever the law is and whatever the statutes are. I think it's really up to our elected officials to, one, decide whether there's sufficient coverage by the IURC, and then also to take legislative action that if they feel that there are changes that would need to be made.
I'm asking this question of every candidate, and you have a special window into how much work is being done behind the public facade of agencies. I'm curious how you would advocate for, in this time of lean staffing at government, at all levels of government, how would you go about advocating for a robust staff at the IURC and also the OUCC?
Well, the folks that know me in state government know that I have absolutely no reservations about stating what I think is needed. When you look at operations in general, everybody always would like to have more. It's not always possible. You have to work within the budgets and the constraints that you have. But when you look at things that are changing, I don't know, what's going to happen, because of the data centers, we're going to have, I think, a very exciting discussion probably about nuclear energy and where that's going to be in this thing too. You can't, just say that the way things are today or the way things are going to be tomorrow. And so I'm kind of seeing, some conversations that are going to have serious conversations that are going to have to occur about nuclear energy. I think renewable energy is great, but is not, I think Goldman Sachs said, 40% will be renewable energy, 60% will be either natural gas or nuclear. And so, you have to kind of look at the whole thing, right, and say to yourself, okay, so if we go more into the nuclear side, what more resources may be needed to do that? And I would argue you're going to need a lot more resources to do that. And it also opens up a whole nother can of worms, really, with the public, who in the past has maybe been a little scared of nuclear because of incidents that have happened. So resource-wise, I think you're going to have more resources that are probably going to be needed. And probably the key to that is being able to really say where you are, what your current state is and where you are, and then what's needed, you know, just based on whatever your strategic plan is. I think the governor and the secretary, I believe, have pretty lofty plans for supplementing energy in Indiana. You know, had Senate bill pretty much looking at small package nuclear facilities as being part of that answer, okay? So I think that they're already thinking that way. So,
Let me repeat that because I didn't have mine on either. Because that light looks green even when it's not on, right?
yeah.
As a commissioner, you'd be one of 5 votes. What qualities and attributes would you want to see in your colleagues as you collaborate on decisions?
Well, getting back to the process improvements that happened at IDEM, that was just purely collaboration. It was purely getting folks to understand, you know, what needed to be done, and then collectively figuring as a team how we were going to get that done. So coming into a role such as this one, obviously would be a big learning curve. So, you know, would be looking obviously for mentorship from my colleagues. I'd also really be looking for lots of open communication where we discuss a lot of things, maybe, you know, to a great detail, just knowing that you have new people that are going to come on that, you know, need to bridge that whole gap of understanding. So, but I think really mainly it's teamwork, you know, collaboration, open discussions, and mentorship.
Great, thank you very much. And before we close things up here, are there any questions you have for us or anything else that you'd like to share with the committee?
Well, I'd be interested in knowing what you all are looking for in an ideal candidate. What would be the ideal person in your mind?
Bob, I think the ideal, my ideal candidate would be someone who has reasonableness about them, a judicious personality, someone who would be ready for the challenge of all the reading, someone that is used to or will be used to not interacting with the public as much as they probably have with social media or anything from the outside. Someone that is teamwork oriented, that has a basic knowledge of rates and understands that we do have a power problem in this state. Just a very well-rounded individual who can be fair and balanced.
Thank you.
Anyone have anything to add? Lindsay?
Actually, I think you told us because you started a comment answering one of our questions with the word of integrity. And that's very meaningful to me because one of my first years working in utilities was when we saw a giant ethics scandal break open here at the IURC. And the word integrity is important in all things we do, of course, but especially here where we're overseeing so many billions of dollars in utility bills every year. So I think the answer is within.
Thank you.
All right, well, if there's no other questions, thank you very much for coming, Mr. Lugar. Have a nice afternoon. This concludes our time here.
Having me. Appreciate it.
things before we get started. One, I'm usually used to being on that side of the table in these things. And two, the public, the way to actually watch this is really to be commended. However, it reminds me when I was in law school where okay. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Casey. My name is Suzanne Jaworski, Secretary of Energy and Natural Resources for the state of Indiana. Welcome to this interview. Thank you for making the application to become a Indiana Utility Regulatory Commissioner. This is the nominating committee. We'll go ahead and introduce each member of the nominating committee. Will introduce themselves, and then we'll ask you to introduce yourself, and then we'll get started with the questions. Thank you.
Jim Merritt.
Colleen Sherman.
Good afternoon, Lindsay Hake.
Grant Smith.
Hi, I'm Rachel Hazaray.
Hi, Philip. Corey Cochran.
Parvane Stover, I'm helping staff the committee.
Good afternoon, everybody. All right, we'll get started with the intro. So just as a little background that maybe didn't shine through in the application, I come from a German-Irish family of small businessmen. My grandfather was a builder. My dad had a construction supply company. My brother has a metal fabrication company. And a little bit of that entrepreneurialism came through with me. Over the course of my career, I've started my own firm. I've opened up a title company. I've done some real estate development. And I had a hand in a small micro distillery. So that kind of that entrepreneurialism kind of shines through. But I will say, since we're here to talk about the IURC, I'll get to the point on some of the most relevant experience there. I've worked as a regulator, albeit in a different state. I was a general counsel for a commission. I was an administrative law judge for a commission. And while there, I was also the chief ethics officer. Also in my career, I've worked for regulated entities in leadership roles. And in both those situations, I also was the chief ethics officer. And I've also worked for unregulated entities in leadership roles. There I was also chief administrative officer, not only responsible for legal, but also for IT and human resources, as well as the chief ethics officer. So I've, over the course of my career, I've been able to help stakeholders in multiple states, not just Indiana. I've been in Illinois, Iowa, Missouri, Ohio, Arkansas, Wisconsin, to name a few. And the goal there, the objective there was just to help those stakeholders guide through the regulatory process. I think that with my experience and the perspectives that come with that, I think puts me in a good position to be able to add value to the IURC, to the state, and as well as ratepayers in our state.
Thank you very much. I'll kick things off and ask you about what's your motivation? What was it when you heard we had these openings that you said, well, I'd like to apply?
Yeah, so I will start off with most kids when they grow up don't dream of becoming regulatory lawyers. There's usually something far more interesting than that. However, if you look at what's going on in our nation and in this state, there could not be a more exciting time to be in the energy and utilities field. It touches everything that every one of us do every day. What motivates me is to be able to be a part of that, to use the experience and the perspectives that I've gained over time to hopefully add value.
Thank you very much. Anybody else want to get started here? Grant, go ahead.
Afternoon. So I'm referring to your application here. And you said in Indiana there's a need for better cost discipline with utilities, I assume. How would you impose better cost discipline with utility companies in Indiana, given the current statutes?
I did mean by utilities, but I think government could use better cost discipline as well. So what I meant by that is a really rigorous scrutiny of the costs that are looking to be passed on to ratepayers. That's what I meant by it. We need to scrutinize those costs. Rate making is as much an art as it is a science, and I believe that because of that, there are opportunities perhaps where regulators could have gone a slightly different direction that may have improved or managed costs a little bit better. I don't believe regulators should micromanage utilities. I don't believe that's the role of a utility commissioner.
Do you have an example where commission could have better imposed some cost discipline?
Mr. Smith, the one that comes to mind is a pending matter, and I'm going to hesitate to opine in that.
I had a follow-on, is that all right? And you also mentioned a threat is rapidly rising demand, energy demand. How, in your mind, do we best mitigate that, reduce that?
So this is not just an Indiana-specific issue. This is a national issue with rising demand and a lack of generation and/or capacity. So it's not just an Indiana thing. So how, if I had my, I know we just passed No King's Day, but if I were a king, how would I address it? I believe that there's not one silver bullet that's going to address our generation projected shortfall. I believe on all of the above way of going about it makes sense. That may not be the very least costly, because with diversity comes some cost. But I believe that we should be adding generation and not necessarily mothballing things that still have useful life.
So it's mainly a capacity issue?
Well, no, there's, from a demand side, the least expensive way to address costs for ratepayers would be energy efficiency. The demand side stuff is going to be your least expensive way to, at least in the short run, address that issue.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Philip. One question we've somebody's asked us of about every candidate today. Do you feel like our URC commissioners have the tools that they need to do the job successfully, or is there anything, and again, I know you've been in several states, so I'd be curious to hear if you have any thoughts on what maybe a wish list for advocacy or legislative priorities that could change this position in any way?
So the short answer is the commission has the authority that it needs to be able to do its job now. The question is whether or not those in power want the commission to go beyond its rightful authority. So, for instance, we were talking about generation a little bit ago. If you want to focus on one particular type of generation, that's probably something that the legislature should guide the commission on, and not the commission go off on its own. If you want the commission to act more as a social engineer to address low-income ratepayers, then you probably should, the legislature should probably take action and provide that direction.
I'm going to follow up on that. You believe a low-income component to any type of, well, frankly, rate making in general would be social engineering?
If that's how it came off, that's not what I intended. What I was saying, where I was trying to go with that, is that if one rate-making principle that we need to stay true to, and that is cross-subsidization. If we're looking to offload an entire ratepayer onto other ratepayers, that's cross-subsidization. Some states have tried to do it. Illinois, for one, is now in an appellate battle over doing something just like that. So I think we need to be very careful when it comes to that cross-subsidization.
Couldn't you argue that that's already occurring?
To some extent, there is cross-subsidization. It should be minimized, in my view. I'm old school in that I believe cost causers should pay.
Thank you.
Mr. Casey, I'm going to follow up on a question that Corey asked you, and it's kind of along the same lines as the wish list. And I've mentioned the same thing to a few other candidates today, and that is, the U.S., we have a lot of the same access to generation in every state, with a couple of outliers. And the difference is often your regulators and how they provide guidelines and push on the utilities of what they can and cannot do. And so are there any things that you are seeing other regulated states do that are helping with affordability or reliability? Is there anything that comes to mind?
Well, there are other states that are doing things that are specific to low income. As in my view, the commission has the ability to either, and I believe I heard someone say the word symposium today, a symposium, a workshop, or an investigation to bring in different voices on that very topic. What we don't want is we don't want to be regulating in a vacuum. It's important to hear the voices of diverse parties, diverse positions. I think with that you get your best results. So if I were be so lucky as to become a commissioner, I would advocate for that type of public and transparent discussion.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Casey, I'm interested in your perspective when you're facing a request to build new utility infrastructure, how you would view balancing sort of appropriate cost and benefit to Hoosiers and basically the 5 pillars.
Yep. So new generation is certainly something that is going to be front and center here in Indiana. I think there's a prefatory question, and the prefatory question is the new generation that you're talking about even going to be under the IURC's regulation? There could be new generation that's built that isn't necessarily regulated as a public utility here. So to level set, the way the regulatory compact works now, it's the utility's obligation to bring new generation ideas to the forefront. That's not to say that the commission or the legislature or the governor's office doesn't have a say in it, but the way the regulatory compact works now is that if it's something that's going to get flowed through to ratepayers, it's the utility that brings it to the commission. There are a couple tiers of scrutiny that the utility must face. That first tier is whether or not they're even entitled to a CPCN, a Certificate for Public Convenience or Necessity. In short, is there a public need for what it is that they're providing? The utility has the burden from the moment they file until the very end of the proceeding. They have the burden to carry there. Let's say that the commission were to approve the CPCN. Before there can be recovery for that asset, that utility has to come back and prove that the costs it incurred were just and reasonable. And just like in the first tier, the utility has the burden of proof from the moment they file that request through the very end. So when you're asking about the 5 pillars and affordability, that factors in that review. I think that's the whole new generation and 5 pillars question or affordability could be broke down to 2 separate questions. I think I've heard the word buzzword used a couple times here today. I don't think I'd use that word. They're pillars for a reason. They're the foundation for what the policy is here. I think what perhaps we've experienced is that while all the pillars are to be weighted similarly, there may have been an underappreciation for affordability in that review. And as I think I mentioned earlier, the commission should provide serious scrutiny to the costs that are looking to be passed on to ratepayers.
On follow-up, you said that affordability was not given, forgive me, as much scrutiny, or I apologize, you said they must be weighed evenly, but refresh my memory.
Sure. What I said is I don't believe that affordability was given its due weight.
Understood. Do you believe that having defined affordability in statute as it relates to utility bills would have been helpful? Or what do you think could have perhaps given more guidance to, we say that as you've noted, this is a creature of statute here at the IURC, so how can we help in terms of giving the IURC the tools that's needed to allow affordability to be the conversation? We've had the conversation today. I think that the guardrails the legislature's thrown at the IURC has limited any possibility for affordability to be considered in some ways.
Okay. I will start off saying that I believe the IURC has the current authority in which to give affordability its due weight. That said, so long as I'm not a proponent of handcuffing the regulator. The commissions are created for a reason. It's to give distance between those that are elected and those that are not to make decisions. So could there be helpful guidance? Absolutely.
Thank you.
I have a 2-part question.
Sure.
First of all, I like your legal background, obviously, and your work in the regulatory field. But you've always been an advocate for a side. You've always known what side you're on. And I'd be interested in knowing the kind of work you're doing for the OUCC as an advocate, I assume, and then how you would plan to shift from that advocacy role. That's number one. Number two, then carrying that over into, I think the governor's made it clear he wants kind of a new approach, looking at energy policy differently in the state of Indiana. And with that in mind, what attributes do you want to see in your colleagues on the IURC to make these decisions for Indiana's future, energy future?
Okay, I'll start off with, for a good portion of my early years within the industry was as an administrative law judge. So in that role, I was not an advocate. I was an arbiter, a neutral arbiter. So I actually, probably one of the best career choices that I could have made to get into this industry is because I could see what good arguments look like and what bad arguments look like, what good evidence looked like and what bad evidence looked like, and it helped shape me professionally going forward. I have not lost that ability to be a neutral arbiter, and I believe in my application I actually use that term is a principle for regulation. So I'll start off with that. Then I believe you asked me about the OUCC. I'm doing some contract work on behalf of the OUCC to help shore up their legal team. There are a couple open positions. There's a lot of work coming down the pipe. I'm there to help lighten that load for as long as they need me. And my work to date has all been behind the scenes, just helping along those lines. Attributes that I'd like to see in commissioners. I'll start off with it's helpful if there's an open dialogue to the extent one's permitted under the Open Meetings Act, but collaboration, I think, is important. I believe the commissioners should be neutral arbiters. And when I say that, I don't mean that you need to be a wallflower. Just because you're neutral doesn't mean you have to be passive. You can actively look at the record. You can actively be active in your review. I think a commissioner should apply the law and regulatory framework evenly. It's really important that you rely only on record evidence, not stuff that you might have read in the press or read in an article. I think that may be all clear to us here in the room. That's not what happens around the country. Obviously, we are in the business of balancing interests as well as taking a look at our 5 pillars. I believe each of our orders should squarely and robustly address the five pillars and not just pay lip service to it. Transparency and accountability. I think as commissioners, we need to set clear expectations for compliance and performance. And I really believe it's important that commission orders have sound reasoning within the orders. The worst thing that could happen is parties be blindsided or not fail to understand how the commission could come to its conclusion. And to the extent that it's possible to be a consensus builder. 5-0 votes are wonderful. If all Republicans, Democrats, and independents agree that we're all on lockstep, that's fabulous. It is not absolute. I think it's healthy when there are consenting or dissenting opinions. I think that helps color the regulatory environment for the future.
I have a follow-up question to the first portion of Darlene's question.
Sure.
Which was regarding staffing and your work with the OUCC as outside counsel. I've asked this question in fairness to every single person in front of us today, and will be doing so tomorrow and Thursday for those of you watching at home. The question I have is, obviously, you know how much work happens behind these walls and how much all the analysts do, all of the work that happens at the IURC and OUCC. How would you, as commissioner, advocate with the governor's office for with staffing in terms of filling all of those roles? You know that you clearly have have experience with
how would you advocate for robust staffing within these two agencies?
Okay, I'm going to give you a two-part answer to that question. In the first being, as a commissioner, I would be reticent to be an advocate. I believe I should be a neutral arbiter. Let me take that hat off and say that administrative leadership should be front and center and in the point people in doing that. Not being a commissioner, I can tell you that vacancies at the OUCC or the commission are not new to Indiana, and it's not new to the industry. People who take these jobs generally do it for two different reasons. One, it's their calling and they want to make a career of it. Or two, it's a great way to get an education and to springboard a career into doing a lot of other things in things that aren't necessarily just regulatory law. So there are those that there are certainly those that go in because that's the service that they want to provide. What can happen, even for those folks that are diehard that this is what they want to do, is that they can become burnt out, or there could be ceilings for advancement. When you look around, the organizations are relatively flat and don't give people that are younger in their career or new in their career a lot of opportunity to advance, and they're stuck in the bottom rung probably for a while. I will say in our situation here in Indiana, it would be prudent to bring on folks that have some sort of relevant experience. Not to say that somebody fresh out of school doesn't deserve a chance, but we don't have a whole lot of openings and we have a whole lot of work to do. And it's really important to bring on folks that can, if not hit the ground running, be a value add on the first day that they're there.
I had a question with respect to your application. You said that your experience has shown how effective regulation can drive performance, efficiency, and innovation. What are examples of that? Is that from Illinois, or how? What do you think?
Sure. I'll give you the generalized way of going about that. There's the old adage, the carrot and the stick. If all you give is a carrot, you're just going to get carrot-like results without a whole lot of concern for missing the mark. I believe there are creative folks in the industry that can come up with creative ways to move risk away from just the retail customer. And if there's failure, then it's the ratepayer, the residential ratepayer is not the one that is shouldering the burden. So I would encourage, if not expect, utilities or those that come before the commission to be creative in that regard. Recently, NIPSCO provided a path forward on how it's going to handle data centers. That perspective is relatively new to Indiana. It is not new to the U.S. Other folks have been doing that for a while. Having been in this industry for as long as I have, there's rarely a brand new idea out there. It's usually found someplace else, and I would encourage those that come before the commission to search out those innovative ideas and bring them forth.
You have leverage. You think Indiana statute provides leverage for you to do that as a commissioner?
I believe there is ample authority for the commission to provide stick when necessary.
Thank you.
Mr. Casey, I have a question, and clearly you've been sought after and working for a lot of different clients all over the country, it looks like. I want to be clear, though, because your application shows that you're moving back to Indiana. You had lived in Indiana. Tell me about your familiarity with Indiana, and where do you live right now?
Okay. Sure. So early in my career, I worked for NiSource out of Maryville. I lived on the Illinois side because Maryville was closer than it was to downtown Chicago. After several years, including a stint as general counsel for Prairie State Generating, I came back into private practice. Clients, though they appreciated my talent, wanted to make sure that I had a bench that could help support them. So I was looking for a firm that could help provide that bench that did not come with a bag of conflicts so that I could grow my practice. That firm was Calfee. They're based out of Ohio. I opened up the Ohio office for Calfee here in Indianapolis in 2019. And for those that are listening in that are MBA students, do not open up a practice or a business right before a pandemic strikes. Not a good time to get started. But I've lived in Indiana since 2019, except for a short stint in South Dakota. We moved back in. I moved back in May of this year. Lived in Syracuse, Indiana, and as of right now, my wife is unpacking boxes in her house in Indianapolis.
Great, thank you very much. Go ahead.
You mentioned the recent information you learned about NIPSCO and data centers. Could you expound on that, please?
The creativity part, where they've created essentially a separate entity. Is that what you're referring to?
I was not talking about GenCo, but we can certainly talk about that if you would like. I was simply
I
curious.
want to answer the question that you wanted to ask.
I was simply curious about were you referring to the GenCo scenario, or were you referring to, when you mentioned NIPSCO, were you thinking perhaps I&M with the data center?
No, I was thinking of NIPSCO at the time. With respect to I&M, they've got a tariff now that pretty much followed suit, very similar to what was in Ohio, but I wasn't referring to I&M, and I don't have any specific knowledge on that.
Thank you. Just
You're welcome.
Thank you. Is Calfee is that a demand-side company, a demand-side management company?
No, it's a law firm. Okay. It's over 100 years old, represented business interests primarily in Ohio, and because of the nature of the legal business, they were conflicted out of getting new clients in Ohio, so the only way to grow was to expand its geographic region. It worked out perfect for me, and it worked out perfect for the firm.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you while we were discussing it, obviously the GenCo decision was 5-0 here. Does that mirror your thoughts on the issue, or do you have other thoughts that perhaps could have informed the conversation?
I do not take specific argument with the commission's decision in that. What I intended with that is that's one example of an entity, a regulated entity, becoming more creative, and that's what I think we need more of.
So a subsidiary that could charge its parent company more money for retail electricity would be a creative solution?
I'm saying, is that your assumption that that's the case?
I don't see how it couldn't be, but please correct me.
No. I am not in the weeds enough in that docket to comment on specifics, but what I will say is I think it's important that utilities bring creative solutions that help move risk away from residential ratepayers.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other questions from the committee? Okay, Mr. Casey, I'd like to give you a last few minutes that we have left here to tell us anything else about yourself or anything else you'd like to discuss with the committee, or if you have any questions for us.
I don't have questions. I've heard the questions that were posed earlier today. They address the ones that I have. I want to thank the nominating committee for its work and for at least getting me to this point. I appreciate that. I just wanted to say I believe with my life-learned experiences and the perspectives that they have given me, I think puts me in a good position to be able to help the commission and to be able to help the state. And nothing would make me prouder in my career to say that I had the ability to do that for the IURC. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here and your application. Have a nice afternoon.
Thank you.
This concludes our interviews for today. We will start tomorrow morning at 10:30. Thank you very much.